I now call the Thursday, April 28th, Carroll County Board of Commissioners work session to order. First on our agenda is Theron Gay, who has helped facilitate and lead the committee that is bringing us our two architect selection, to select our two architect choices. Thank you. And so I'm going to call Theron up now to remind us how we did the committee and remind us who was put in there and set us where we are, how we got to where we are at this moment.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to see everyone again. And we continue in our way we address request proposals, and I think it's worked out very well. And I appreciate the opportunity to have a chance to work with you guys again on this. On March the 2nd, Carroll County issued a RFP for design professional services as a next step toward your design and construction of your future administration building. I know that's been a while coming. I know heard several people say we're finally glad to be moving that forward. The RFP document, which you should have a copy of, outlines the project background, the delivery method, the preliminary budget, and the project schedule. The RFP also covers the selection process and provided instructions to the proposers for preparing their documents. In preparation for the review of the proposal, Carroll County established a selection committee, and I really want to recognize this group. They did a tremendous job. We received 11 proposals. They got them on a Friday. I think the next week was spring break, and then that following Monday, I think it was, we met, and they had read all 11 of these proposals and had done a great job. And I would like to recognize them. We have our tax commissioner, Vicki Beard, and we appreciate your work. We have our chief appraiser, Hubert Spark, with us today. There he is. Good deal. And purchase agent Janice Duff. I don't think Janice is here today. We have our IT manager, Jacob Carson, here. And community development director, Ben Skipper. He's not here today. And we have, of course, finance director, Alicia Searcy. We appreciate the great job that everybody did. Also, I want to recognize a couple other people who were really important as well. We had a lot of help from the Commissioner's Office. We appreciate that. And also want to recognize David Goodhead. David was a really invaluable resource for us in terms of technical questions and explanations. And David is here today. I think he's downstairs. Meeting with the groups that are come up to speak. And Sunday Cook, we'll appreciate her too. She received all the proposals, and she turned around and got all the questions back out to everybody, so we appreciate that. So, again, we received 11 proposals from very qualified firms. We were very happy with that. And the RFP was issued, as I mentioned earlier, on March the 2nd. We advertised it on the Georgia procurement site. I got a question from one of the committee members, how are people going to know about this? And I said, well, it gets on the Georgia procurement site, believe me, they'll know about it. And we had, like I say, good response on that. And so then the proposal deadline was at 2 o'clock on March the 31st. So all this was done in a very short time period. So the proposal deadline was March the 31st. And to close the proposal, we opened them and we had those 11 proposals that I had mentioned earlier. On April the 1st, copies of the proposal were provided to all the committee members, and we talked about the plan procedure and provided an evaluation form to assist them in their review and their ranking. The selection committee met again on April the 12th and reviewed and discussed proposals, and unanimously they selected 4 firms to be interviewed by them. So, and it was a unanimous selection. And then from there, what they were going to do is narrow it down to 2 finalists. The interviews were scheduled for April the 14th. One of the firms, after being selected, declined the interview, but we moved forward with the interviewing of the remaining ones anyway because we had really good qualified candidates. Upon completion of the interviews, the committee unanimously selected Robinson Loa Roof and Jericho Design as the 2 finalists to present to the Board of Commissioners at your meeting today. While I served as facilitator and did not vote, I do agree with the committee's selection, and it was unanimous. I think it's important to note, this is a good part of the procedure here, the selection committee's process did not include a fee proposal, okay, from any of the firms. The fee proposal from the two finalists will be provided to you today for your further consideration after the proposals. We felt it was important to hear the proposals, not try to take price in consideration. After you guys hear the proposals today, you will have those fees that will be, I think they'll come in to Stacy, and she'll have those for you guys. So again, Robinson Loyola Roof and Jericho Design have both been advised of their selection as finalists that are here today to be able to present their proposals for you. We're looking at a 45-minute proposal time with 30 minutes afterwards for any questions the board may have. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that any of you have about the procedure, or we can look to moving forward with our first presentation.
Great, thank you.
Okay, good deal. Thank you. Thanks again to the committee. They worked really hard.
Thank you.
Our first group is Robertson Loyola Roof, and again, David, very valuable in our review of this project. Al Seiko is with us today. We'll ask Al, he's from Robertson Loyola Roof, and we'll ask him to come up and present his team. And again, they'll have 45 minutes for presentation, 30 minutes for questions. Okay, and I've been asked to please have you guys speak into the microphone so we can get a good recording. Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, probably. I wonder if we set them in the chair. We might be able to see them better right there. Perfect. Diane will help you with that. That's okay. The Advantage is a lovely, lovely building, but it also is not, necessarily modern in the sense of production and sound system. Yes. I'll tell you what, we'll give them to Diane or Stacy here to hand them out. If you'll give them to Stacy, or yes, give them to Stacy. And then Hubert, could I ask you, are you planning to stay the whole time? Hubert, are you planning to stay the whole time? Could I ask you to be our timer? Okay. Just to make sure we stay efficient and fair. So I also want to check Tommy. So I want to make sure Tommy Lee is joining us by phone. Tommy, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Just checking to see if he's there.
Ask it again, 'cause the mic.
Okay. Tommy, are you there on the phone? Jacob, do you know if okay, he's supposed to call in? Okay, we'll make sure we get this. Great, thank you.
Sandy, are you going to introduce us?
That's the second one? This is the first one?
This is first.
First one, thank you. Okay. Be just a second, we're waiting on one commissioner to be able to call in. Okay, perfect.
Are you saying I'm short?
You're all right, I got you.
Hey, Tom.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
All right.
I can hear you.
All right, good deal. You're live.
Okay, so can Tommy hear me?
Can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, great. All right. We ready to begin? Okay, great.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Thank you, everyone, for having us here. This has been a great honor to be able to talk in front of you about our company and about why we do feel that we would be a great fit for Carroll County Administration Facility. Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Is Tommy able to hear me?
Hang on just a second. Hey, Tommy, we hear some background. You might need to put yourself on mute until you're ready to speak.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for having us here. This has been a great.
Sorry.
Okay.
Wonderful technology. Okay. We start again, please.
Technology is always great until it doesn't work. So, as I was saying, RLR, we do believe we're the best fit for you all, for this county, for this project. I wanted to give a brief introduction, and then I'm going to turn it over, but I am Samia Coker, and with me is
I had it on mute.
Alcico,
I did have it on mute.
and he is
Yes,
we are both with Robertson Lawyer Roof. We are the architects. And also we have, and I'm sure no introduction is needed, but with Georgia and West, we also have John Bass. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to John to let him talk a little bit about his company and himself.
Good afternoon. Good to see y'all again. I know I don't need to introduce myself to y'all much. Y'all see my face around. I will just touch on us real quick. Mike Crawford and I are business partners. The company started in 1974. Mike and I are Carrollton natives, so we're born, bred, and bred here. We have a full in-house survey and civil engineering firm. We do a wide array of projects. List here, obviously we do a lot of local government projects with you all, other cities around the county. Rec park projects. We also do private development projects, so just a myriad of those. And flipping to the next slide, we do several of yours, so we just highlighted on the, oh, I didn't know I had this. There. Several of the projects that we've worked for y'all on, just to kind of highlight and retouch what we've done for you, but also for the past 10 years at least, we've been working with y'all on planning the admin building site, looking at numerous sites all around the county. So it's been something we have had our interest and our hand in for quite some time. We're extremely excited to see it coming forward, and we're excited to be on Robertson Lawyer Roof's team to do the surveying and the civil engineering for this. And while I'm up here, I'll just touch on, from our standpoint, what we would want to look at from the site planning analysis standpoint is what is a good site for you. I mean, they're going to be hand in hand with this, but there's numerous land and engineering components that we need to be aware of before we just pick one. Listed here for you. Grading, is the site flat? Is it already pre-graded where you just plop a building on and move on? Or does it have sloping terrain on it? How that affects the building? Does that need a basement? How much cost goes into prepping the site for it? Are we talking about having to haul a lot of dirt off? Are we talking about having to haul a lot of dirt in? Those things can become big money figures, so we just want to think through that as we're doing those. Also, utilities. Does the site have adequate utilities? Are they available to us? Is there going to be a lot of off-site improvements needed to get those utilities to the site? Stormwater management You know, it is what it is. We just need to be mindful and respectful of the stormwater and how we're controlling it. So each site will have its own unique situation. Are we able to manage it on an above-ground pond? Is it going to need to go underground? Again, big cost differentials in those as well. Off-site infrastructure improvements. With the building we're talking about and the number of vehicles in and out, we need to consider access, circulation in there. Are there any roadway improvements that need to be done in and around the site to get it better accessible for the public? Also, going back to utilities, stormwater, are there storm sewer systems nearby that we can utilize? Or are we going to have to run hundreds of feet down the road to get connected to a storm sewer system? And geotechnical, is the dirt good enough to build on? Are we building in a swamp where we're going to have to drain the swamp to build the site? So that becomes a big issue. And then environmental features, streams, wetlands, stream buffers, respecting those can be either an asset, but it also could constrain our site. So we just want to be aware of what are those and where are they, and can we work with them? Can they be an asset? Could they turn into an amenity for the site? And going along with that is park space. I feel like green space is a pretty big deal that we should consider on that. Is there opportunities to doing some park areas for the visitors to come in to enjoy, but also, more importantly, the ones that are there day in and day out, do they have a place where they could go out, eat lunch, whatever. So from our standpoint, we'll be kind of getting excited looking at all those different aspects as we help you select a site.
Thank you, John. There's definitely a lot of site considerations that come into play. You said drain the swamp. I thought that was only a political term. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. Again, my name is Samia Coker. I am one of the owners at RLR, and I am also a registered architect. I grew up in a small town in southern Indiana, and a long time ago, went to the University of Southern Mississippi on a soccer scholarship. After that, I moved to Atlanta in 2005, and I have been calling it my home ever since. I have 3 boys. We spend our weekends at the ball field, and I actually, talking to John, he has 3 boys, and they're very similar in ages, so that's always fun. But I have been with RLR since 2007. And a little bit about RLR, it was established in 1980. It was between actually Al and myself, we have about 50 years total of experience at just RLR alone. One thing that is unique about RLR is we are in-house engineers. We have a multidisciplined staff, which means we have our architecture, interior design, our structural engineers, mechanical, electrical, and we also have supporting admin. And it's so advantageous for our clients because if any questions that involves another discipline, I can just walk down the hall and I can get an answer as fast as possible. There's also, if anything goes wrong, which hopefully it never does, but there's no pointing fingers because we're all under the same umbrella. It's RLR, we're a team. We also have a very low turnover rate. Our employees average around 12 years plus, and you can see on the right side of this slide, that's a breakdown of all the architects and engineers that we have. It's about 40, and then we also have our administrative staff. We are located in Alpharetta, Georgia, which is only about an hour-and-a-half drive. It's not far at all. Within our 42 years of service, we have worked in a variety of Georgia counties, as you can see on the map in blue. Those are all the counties that we have worked in. These are a variety of project types. Mainly, we've worked in retail, office, and schools, but we have worked on many other types, but those are our main types of projects that we work in. One thing that truly sets us apart is our design approach. We offer a detailed programming. We spend a lot of time really trying to figure out what does the client want, what is their vision. We offer a questionnaire to help hone in on some of the smaller detailing of the programming. We also have, we excel in team collaboration, and that partly is because we have in-house consultants, it's easy to get everyone together to try to work out any challenges or conflicts that we may have. And with that, that also helps to control the quality and the schedule of a project when we are in-house. Also, another benefit of this is during the construction administration phase, if there's any unforeseen conditions, it's easy to call us and we can get an answer. Which leads me into responsiveness. One of our main feedbacks we do get from our clients is how appreciative they are of our responsiveness. We do pride ourselves on that. We have long-term clients. Some are over 35 years, and with that, a lot of our new clients are referrals from our previous clients. I'm going to go ahead and talk to you a little bit about the 5 design phases of a project. And I'm taking one project in particular. It's almost complete, so it's very recent on our radar, and it's a project called Gainesville Renaissance. And this one, our client was actually, it's the Doug and Kay Ivester Foundation. Doug Ivester is a past CEO of Coca-Cola. And he actually has he does a lot of philanthropy. He's a philanthropist, and there was actually an article in the Atlanta Business Chronicle earlier this week about all the good work that he has done in his hometown county. But this project, we worked on the programming with him, and we figured out what he wants for each level, all the ins and outs, how the building, the size, the location, the relationship between all of the spaces. That's what happens with programming. We also work on the site analysis, and this would be in conjunction with John on where's the site going to be oriented, where's the location of it. But we also will help develop the shape and the size of the building, and this is where the conceptual elevations and floor plans come. This conceptual elevation that you see, it was the 2D front facade, and that was actually Al Seco's design, and it was his first attempt after talking with Mr. Ivester on what he was envisioning. And I believe that Mr. Ivester was so ecstatic about the design, he actually gave Al a hug. Is that right, Al? And then also Al provided a perspective sketch to give it a little bit more of a 3D visualization. But these are the things we provide during the schematic design. We really try to hone in on what is the client's visions, what are their needs. And it's a lot of client meeting back and forth, and it's really good to spend a lot of time on this phase to really set a good foundation for the rest of the phases going forward. But once we get an approval to proceed, that's when we move on to the next phase, which is design development. Here you can really tell the building takes on more of, instead of a 2D conceptual sketch, it's more of a 3D form. These are when the floor plates are starting to be laid out a little bit more concrete. We show all these to the client, we get feedback, we go back and forth. We work on the site plan with John, of course. And so you can see this is a picture that we literally took. It's from our design development from meeting with the client. And it's fairly close to that schematic elevation that you saw previously. During this phase, we also look at the materials selected. This is on the bottom right is an interior conference room, and you can see the materials, and we will present this as well. We do the exterior materials also. Something I wanted to show is it's not just elevations and floor plans that are in this design development phase. The bottom center portion of this slide, you can see this was a balcony, and we did some perspectives to really show the client this is what we were thinking to help show the feel of the space, the detailing of the columns, the louvers on the right, the planters in between. Sorry, I think I'm talking too close. The planters in between the columns, and just to see if that is what he had in mind. And if not, we could always tweak it, and we go back and forth. And so once we have complete buy-in from the owner on this phase, that is when we move on to the next phase. And that is the construction documents. And here we finalize the technical design and the engineering. And we start compiling the drawings and the specifications for construction. This is what the contractor will base their price off of, and this is what they use to actually build the building. And you can see these are just some details that I pulled from the construction doc drawings for this project. And you can see we have a radius of the arch there. There's dimensions, window tags that show them, we call out the model and the size of the windows. There's materials being called out. The details are being dimensioned. In the bottom left, it's a floor plan. That's where we show our wall sections and dimensioning of the spaces, the egress. And in the center, there's also the plan detailing. And this was just a simple corner detail I had pulled out, but this is what you detail these throughout the building. And this corner detail just shows the relationship where the structural columns are and then the lighting. Something that I did not mention during the design development phase that is very important is the building systems. That's when that really comes into play, and you start coordinating any conflicts you have with structural, the columns or the joist steps, the mechanical ductwork, the lighting, all of the disciplines. You start really working, the plumbing, you start working that in together to help finalize the foundation to move on to the construction drawings. So once the construction drawings are finished, there's another phase called procurement or bidding, and I don't have a slide on that. But basically, we are there, the architect's role is we're there to help assist in selection, review any documents, answer any questions you may have. And that is, we're there on that one. And that moves on, once a GC is selected, to one of my favorite phases, which is the construction administration phase. And that is when you start really seeing the project come to a reality. You break ground, you see the columns coming up from the ground, you start seeing the roof getting covered. It's an exciting part. All the details that you worked so hard on, you start seeing those getting built, and all the time that you worked to avoid a conflict is finally resolved in the field, and it's a very satisfying phase for everyone, I believe. And we would continue our face-to-face meetings. We would also have our monthly site observations, and we always have a saying that at our office, and it's called. We always say we put our designers' boots on the ground, and that is we don't outsource someone to do construction administration. We have the same designers who worked on these drawings that know them back and forth. They are the ones who are there at the site observations, making sure that it is getting built according to what's in the drawings. And I wanted to show this. This is just all 3 pictures of this project, and it really shows the evolution of it. And you can see the schematic in the bottom left, the design development in the bottom right, and then the final product, which it's almost complete, in the top right. And it really shows how it comes to reality. And a lot of times it's not exactly from the initial sketch. It's always fascinating to kind of see how it started and where it ended. And sometimes with budget constraints or programming, it may defer, but this one was really spot on. And Al, you did a great job with this one. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Al Seco, and he's going to tell you a little bit more about our past projects and also some of the schematic elevations that he has in mind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I better adjust this first. Can you all hear me? Good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Al Seco, and I'm a senior associate with Robertson Lawyer Roof Architects and Engineers. I will be the designated designer for this project if we should be fortunate enough to garner your important commission. I've received a little bit of information on myself. I've received my undergraduate and master's degree in architecture at Georgia Tech, graduating in 1979. Having graduated, I did my internship at Cooper Carey and Associates in Atlanta, and after that I've worked at several large firms in the Atlanta area. Hova Daniels, Toombs Amasano and Wells, and others. I came to Robertson Lawyer Roof in 1984 and have since been involved in the designing and the construction of over 60 buildings all over the eastern seaboard in the United States, as far away as Kansas City, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, etc. I've designed many of the projects featured in our presentation today. It's been a privilege to have the opportunity to do so, because I think you'll see that there's some exciting projects that I really have been privileged in being involved in. We at Robertson Lawyer Roof are excited and deeply honored to participate in the architectural selection process for this very important commission and project. This is a project that will become part of your community and form an important feature in the urban fabric of your historic city for many years to come. And we are aware of this, and hopefully we'll be able to work on this very important project. On behalf of the management and staff of Robertson Lawyer Roof, we thank you for your consideration and for this singular opportunity. We have compiled images of RLR projects that may be of interest to you. They represent successful designs that are operational and have fulfilled their programmatic requirements with historical sensitivity and architectural attractiveness. Let's see. This is the Edgewood Commercial District project. This is a project that was commissioned by the Sembler Corporation. They're large developers in Atlanta. Mr. Sembler is the past representative of the U.S. government. Actually, he is the past ambassador for the U.S. To Italy. And I believe it was under the Jimmy Carter administration. A little history about the village of Edgewood. It was a 19th century trolley car community in South of Atlanta. And it was really an early suburb of the Atlanta area. It was serviced by a horse-drawn trolley that originated in downtown Atlanta and connected both communities throughout the 19th century. The Edgewood District had lain dormant, became dormant, and neglected for most of the latter part of the 20th century. Many of its buildings were vacant and in poor repair, or beyond repair, really, some of them. And there were buildings that were factories. There was a leather factory. There were some municipal buildings that lay empty. And the whole area had become crime-ridden, and there was a lot of homelessness in that part of the city. And the program we were given called for the redevelopment of key portions of this district as an office, commercial, and residential zone. Architecturally, the designs were to reflect the historic and period character of the previous community. The end results of our efforts were over 500,000 square feet of retail, commercial, and office buildings and residential units. These were 23 buildings that were, some of them multi-story, and they were all built concurrently rather, at the same time over a 3-year period. The reason this was possible was because of our capabilities at Robertson Lawyer Roof, the ability to have the fact that we had all our disciplines under the same roof. The owner practically lived in our office, and he was able to direct structural engineering changes and electrical changes, et cetera, all from one location. I would imagine we easily cut half a year off the construction schedule on this project because of that. This, again, as Samia pointed out, is the Gainesville Renaissance Project. And this was, again, commissioned by Mr. Ivester, the Ivester group, and it forms part of the city square at Gainesville. A little history on the site. This site was hit by a tornado in the 1930s. and it lay fallow for decades. It was used as a parking lot. So the city square of Gainesville really wasn't a square after all for a long time. And it was our task to generate a structure, a building that would complete the square. We basically had to create a building that was in scale with the existing structures on the square, i.e. there were 2- and 3-story buildings on the square already existent. So we had to create a building that functioned with that scale and with the human scale of the pedestrian traffic in the square. And so what you see there in the images before you are an oblique view of the front of the building, showing the 4 stories that constitute the building. The lower level was basically retail, and we had and will have restaurants, destination restaurants at either corner, and assorted retail in between. The second floor is office space, now leased to the Bernal University system. So Bernal University now has a presence on the square, which is great because that lends to a 24-hour occupancy of the square and imparts safety and usability to the square. Above that, you have 2 levels of condominiums, residential condominiums. We have 10 or 9 condominiums. One of them is a 2-story condominium with a great space in it, and that occurs at the extreme right-hand of the building, right-hand side of the building. We also located a tower at the corner of the building which designates the beginning of the square. And that tower can be seen from anywhere in Gainesville and highlights the location of the square for pedestrian and automotive traffic. You can see it from miles away, and it says the square is here. To the left-hand side of that tower, there is a park that we designed, and that park connects the square with the municipal complex at Gainesville, which are 3 or 4 buildings that date back to the 30s and constitute the state or the local municipal government offices. So this building really is at the nexus between the government entities in the city and the public space that is the square. The building is 95% complete. The office building and office components are occupied. One of the restaurants is being built, and it's been very well received by the community. So, this is the Pinnacle Orthopedics building. The Pinnacle Orthopedics building is a 2-story office building of 36,000 square feet, designed and built for the Pinnacle Orthopedics Corporation as their corporate headquarters and general offices. The building design sought to reflect the corporate identity of the Pinnacle Corporation by using modern, elegant architectural forms commensurate with the high-tech nature of the client's cutting-edge medical practice. In other words, the owner wanted the building to look like his corporation and the services they rendered, which is not an unusual requirement for a corporate headquarters. But at the same time, he wanted to create a building that was inviting and warm in nature. So an effort was made to use warm and inviting natural materials and architectural features to generate an aura of welcoming accessibility. To this end, we clad the building in brick and stone, natural materials that are warm and attractive and which people feel comfortable with in this area. And we accented the building with a high-intensity lighting on the sidewalk and accent lighting at the entrance. And the entrance is quite prominent, and it's got an arch covering over it and the pedestrian drop-off, the automotive drop-off for the building, making it easier for people to use the structure. This building is loved by the owner, and we've done many other projects for them. They're very satisfied with it, and we get a lot of compliments on the structure. This is the Calhoun School central offices in Calhoun, Georgia. This is a two-story building, 11,000 square feet. Has a boardroom on the lower level and general offices on the upper level. And it is basically a clean, elegant, historical expression with using brick and pitch roofs, and it's got a tower signifying and locating the entrance on the lower floor, on the upper floor. This is a good example of a building that takes advantage of a sloped site, because you can enter from both the back of the building and the front of the building. And the lower portion of the building is has three sides exposure to the sun and sunlight and are open, and the back is unfortunately blocked off by the grade differential. However, you know, and the problem was they didn't have enough site to take care of that situation by pulling the grades back and allowing light to come down to the lower level. And I'll show you later on how we can do that on any future buildings that you build. But anyway, so that's existing and operational right now, and the county and the city they're very happy with the structure. These are we've compiled some conceptual elevations, and basically they're studies, they're not really designs. Given that we don't have a site yet, we don't know where the site is or what the site conditions would be, we've fantasized, we've played around and had fun with some elevations that might fit the character of the building that you are looking for. And that's all we can do at this point, is establish a general character and highlight some features and techniques that might be pertinent to your project. And you see in front of you some elevations of a building that's basically Edwardian in nature, and which is an architectural type that is common in this area and appropriate for a municipal building of this type. The massing is broken down to work with the length of the building and add interest to it, and to generate an inviting expression on the front and sides of the building. You see there that we've got three masses, two dependencies, and one central element with a dome on it, and a very prominent entrance with a canopy on it, so that it would be inviting to people as they walk by in front of the building. Now, we don't know what in front of the building means because we don't know what the site is, but the opportunity, as John stated, might be there for a people place, for a park or a municipal seating area, to a secondary space that would be transitional, so that you'd sit out there and experience that before you enter the building. Once you enter the building, you might have a great lobby. And a great lobby, and by that I mean a two-story lobby. And that two-story lobby might function as an entrance on the street side. And if you have a grade differential in the site, you might be able to enter at the back of the building on the second level. So you would enter at the back, on the second level, at the front, on the first level, and then on the sides of the building, as you can see on the side elevation, you would have an entrance on either side. That would offer maximum accessibility from any parking area around, and would be the most convenient layout for a building of this type. Here is another version of the four-story building, but in this case we've got the dependencies on either side, the central element with the entrance and the dome, and then they're connected by a gallery on the fourth floor. And that gallery has got a black roof that accents that connection. And that gallery could be just a glazed area with office space behind it, or they could be balconies. And you could have balconies at the front of the building, and you could have balconies on the side of the building. They don't have to be balconies, they could be glazed office areas, but the opportunity is there, and that's something to talk about. Here is a building form that assumes that you might have a site that is larger than we think. It might be a generous site that has adequate acreage to go with a 3-story building. And a 3-story building would be a little bit more economical to build and might be more practical for you, assuming you've got the land to use to achieve that end. Now, it's a longer floor plate, but it's still an elegant building, and it's well proportioned and would be perfectly suitable for a building of your type. The features are the same, the architecture detailing is the same, so that's what it would look like. Here's a 4-story building with a grade differential on the left-hand side. This is assuming a building that is on a site that slopes, and so you'd have to integrate the building into that slope, and you would do so as shown on the drawing on the left-hand side. The grades come up and enter on the 2nd floor, tie into the 2nd floor of the building, and you would have access to the 2nd floor from grade level at that point. And that grade differential might occur on that side or on the opposite side or on both sides. The downside to that treatment is that you're blocking light to the lower level. And that's oftentimes, it has to happen that way as in the Calhoun building, but ideally it wouldn't. But we'll deal with that in a little bit. Here is a version of the building which alludes and calls to mind a building that you had here in town that burned in 1927. It was a courthouse, and that courthouse had towers, was embellished with towers and very elegant towers and very elegant fenestration, but it burned down in 27, and we thought we might explore the possibility of reproducing some of the detailing of that building, integrating it into your structure, your new structure. That elevation shows that being done with a tower that mimics and is the same as the one that existed in your courthouse that burned down in 1927. We deleted the dome in the middle for the sake of economy, but I think it still looks like a very elegant building, and it has that historical tie to your past history. Here is an elevation with the tower and the dome, and that looks even better, I think. But one thing about the small tower on the left-hand side, it basically has got habitable space underneath it. In other words, it's not just a tower, it is habitable space with a parapet on it at the roof, and you would seat the hat or the tower on it at your convenience. You could do it now, you could build it now, you could build it later, and still use the habitable space below it. Here is a scheme of a 4-story building, the side view, with a treatment to cope with grade differential at the rear, but with an embankment allowing light to penetrate down to what otherwise would be an enclosed basement, but in this case would have plenty of light, and people could look out their windows and see a landscaped embankment. You'd get to the upper level, on the 2nd floor level, by a bridge from the higher grade at the back. And here, finally, we've got a 3D conceptual view of what the building might look like in a colored rendering. Again, this is conjecture at this point, but I think some of the details might be pertinent to the ultimate building, and I think it would be a handsome expression if we kept that approach historically copacetic with some of the architecture that you have here in town now. I thank you very much for the opportunity to present these to you, and would like to turn the presentation back to Sam. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to step in briefly. I appreciate Al doing all those different situations to give you a little visual, because, as I said, we've looked at a number of sites on this, Some of them are flat, where we'll be able to see all the levels that are built. Some of them are sloping, where we may have to do some step buildings or possibly even a basement in there. So I appreciate you giving those different visuals.
Thank you, Al and John, for both of those, the feedback on choosing different sites. As you can see, it would be a team effort on working together and trying to figure out the best solutions economically and aesthetically for different sites. And that is something that RLR really does strive to do. I do feel we excel in team collaboration, as I mentioned earlier. I hope you enjoyed hearing about our company. And I feel we have plenty of experience in incorporating historic context into designs and also finding solutions on challenging sites. So you may be asking yourself, why choose RLR? Because we are a full-service architecture and engineering firm. As I've mentioned before, if you have a structural question, if you have an electrical question, if you just give a call, any kind of question that involves a discipline, they are in our office. I can walk down the hall, I can get a name. Another reason, you get myself, you get Al, we are here. We are here for you. And we have plenty of experience, over 50 years together at RLR alone. In addition to that, RLR has been in business for 42 years. We have so much experience in government and commercial design, and we are happy to be here. We hope that you do choose us. We think that you'd be very happy with the service that we would provide. We have a proven track record for designing successful projects within budget, and our reputation for service is second to none. I encourage you, we have numbers on those proposals that we have sent out on the clients and also the contractors on some of our past projects. Please give them a call. I think you would find nothing but raving reviews on us, and I say that confidently. Thank you so much for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
I've got a few questions. First of all, thank you for being here today and for sending in a proposal packet.
We are happy to be here.
I've got several questions, so I would ask if you could to try to answer them as quickly or as precise as you can, because I don't want to take up all the time.
Sure.
A lot of times when you look at projects, especially ones that are bigger, a lot of times there's copy and paste work if you're not wanting to reinvent the wheel in certain areas of a building, and then there's a lot of build-up design work. So when you're taking a project of this size, what percentage do you think would be, you're going to be copy and pasting from other projects? What percentage do you think would be from a design up build? And just curious of your philosophy on that, or how you would govern yourself in the design work.
Sure, I understand. So it really would depend on the type of project. We have some clients that are prototypical buildings. So there you would reuse a lot of the same details. This project in particular, this is a custom design. So without knowing exactly what we would design, we would not be copying details from another, because you will get a custom Alseco design, and it would be an original.
Okay. You talked about the subcontractors, mechanical, engineer, different things that are in-house. Is that something that you would be willing to accept in a contract of who those individuals are? And then, I'm assuming anything could happen during a project. Someone could be in a wreck, God forbid, or get sick. Is that something that you would be willing to run by the owner's representative if there was someone that needed to be replaced, or on the front end, someone that we could look at who is actually going to be in charge of these different sub-areas?
Of course. So we have, as mentioned in that slide, different disciplines, and there's a handful of each type, a handful of disciplines in each department. And so if something were to happen to someone, there would be someone else in our department that could help step in and take over, and we would definitely introduce them. And if you wanted someone else, we would present someone else. Absolutely.
So then the answer would be that you would be willing to have something of that
Yes.
language in the contract. Okay.
Sure. As I'm assuming it would still be within RLR, though, correct? As long as they're within our company. I wouldn't feel as comfortable going outside of our company But
Sure.
yes, absolutely.
Sure. Well, we wouldn't be dictating who it is. We would just
Yes.
be asking that you would run that by our representative if there was a change.
Absolutely.
Okay. As far as your time frame, is that something that you could commit to in a contract? And is it something that you could start with right away if you were the chosen firm? Or what does your company dynamics look like currently?
So we do have availability right now, and so we could start with the programming right away, yes. And the schedule is something we would work with you all on to determine the final schedule.
Okay. Talking about errors and omissions, I think there's a lot of misnomers out there. You have errors and omissions, and that just covers anything and everything if there's ever a mistake. But typically, you only see that utilized in larger ticket items if something happens. So there's a lot of $5, $10, $15, $20,000 items that can happen along the way that could add up over time. So you talked about your team being internal, which I think is very good on a communication level. Can you give me an idea about your procedures? Do you, on a project this size, do you run anything outside of the firm to say, hey, we need a fresh set of new eyes to look at something on this massive of a scale? Or do you have internal procedures that say, hey, while we have very dedicated and experienced people, anything can get past someone if the same person is looking at all the engineering or the same person is looking at all the mechanical? So give me an idea of how you try to catch mistakes, if you will, procedurally in the design phase.
So to answer your first question about do we hire outside consultants, some projects we have, if it's very complicated, depending on the project, we would. For this project, we would not anticipate doing that, absolutely not. And then the next question was, how do we have quality control? Was that the next question?
Yes, ma'am.
So we have departments, the disciplines, and we also have department heads, and the department heads will review their disciplines sheets to ensure quality control. But in addition to that, we meet consistently as a team, and we are able to find conflicts, and we talk to each other daily to try to make sure that we are all cohesive in our design.
Okay. And as far as the design phase at different areas, let's use HVAC as an example and lighting, where we're going to have internal county staff that would be responsible for changing out lights, or someone that goes around and changes the filter or works on air conditions and so on and so forth. What type of procedure would you have in place on the design phase to bring in staff to say, hey, what we're designing, you're going to have to sit here and maintain outside of the warranty before something reaches to be bid out for a general contractor?
So we would be happy to meet with any of your staff during the design development phase, but we also, in the schematic phase, will provide a questionnaire that helps with programming, and it talks about if there's a certain company that manufacturer you prefer for HVAC or for lighting. There's certain questions in there that will help to also define, but absolutely we would meet with any of your staff to try to make sure that we are specifying exactly what you would want.
Okay. As far as the FF&E procurement in a building this size, presumably you would be designing that out. What would that look like with furniture and different things? Is that something, given the nature of a government entity that has, tax breaks and so forth, is that something that you would feel comfortable you would design and then we would try to procure that on our own, or a building this size with that much furniture? Is that something that you would say, hey, that's probably worth letting the general contractor take care of, even though they're going to have a markup? Do you have any type of, it's not a right or wrong answer, I'm just curious if you have a philosophy on what other governments have done.
What we typically do is we coordinate with FF&E. We don't supply the FF&E, but we coordinate with them. We'll supply the shell, the layout, and then we modify it as fit.
Okay. But as far as the procurement of it, have you seen where stuff will run through a GC on a building this size to actually to buy it, or do you see governments that say, hey, we provide what we think you need to buy and here it is, and we feel comfortable if you have someone in-house that can procure that and purchase it? I'm just curious.
Typically it's the municipality that I've seen, but it can go both ways, I'm sure.
Okay. You talked about grading, or a part of it, Mr. Bass had discussed it. How heavily involved would you see conversations with Public Works? We would obviously probably want to do certain things that we have the ability in-house. How would you coordinate that on the front end?
Can you answer that?
Well, I have Charles on speed dial. I talk to him often enough. But yeah, that would be the plan. We'd want to know kind of on the front end, what level of involvement do we want Public Works to be in? What can they do and still do the other road projects they're working on? We've had conversations in the past about that. So if they're involved, they're going to be involved on the front end as I'm working on the plan. You know, we're going to be meeting with several through the process, but Charles and Danny, they're going to be right up in there so they know what we're doing, what we're looking at. Do we got to go get some dirt somewhere to build this site up, or do we got to take some dirt off, and where can they take it and put it? So yeah, they'll be in touch.
Okay. You mentioned that you've got references here with different contractors that obviously we can reach out to. One of the things you hear a lot in the field, and I'm no expert, but I've served on several committees, is architects can come up with wonderful things that look absolutely great on a piece of paper, but when it comes down to physically someone hammering or screwing that together, it's not always feasible. So how do you think contractors in general would favor your company? Is, you know, what they design is literally something we think we can build, not that 30% of it is pie in the sky and it looks great on paper, but it's going to be a complicated issue to try to build out.
I don't know, I mean, we're not on site every day with them to know exactly, but I will tell you, they are very happy with us. We always work together. It's a team effort. And it's not just, and I say that, it's not just in-house team consultants, it's a team with the contractors, most importantly, the client. You all are what feeds this project, and it's a team effort. We always strive at RLR that everyone is happy. And sometimes we have to have tough conversations with contractors, but in terms of how we detail something and what they build, sure, it comes up and they may recommend something and we listen, and sometimes we'll say, no, this is not in what is the best way to detail something, or we'll say it's not what the client had in mind.
Okay. And final question, we have had some programming analysis work done in the past, in the very past present, so to speak. How much of that would you be dependent on in your design work, or as a team would you come in and say, hey, that's great, but we have our own way of doing things and we would want to meet with everyone again and kind of do our own analysis? Just trying to get an idea of how you would incorporate that as a time frame.
The programming you would give us, and this is without looking at it, we'll take it and we'll use it, and if we have any additional questions, we'll ask them. If you all will tell us, we try to lay it all out, and then if we have additional questions, we ask. You may need to maybe bring someone in to get additional information, but either way, we'll take what you give us, and we'll start from that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I got a couple quick ones. Not in order of priority, but Al, did you say, maybe I heard you incorrectly, but that a 3-story building would be less expensive than a 4-story?
It depends, but your elevator systems would be certainly less complicated and probably less expensive. Type of construction might be different. You know, type of construction is the rating of the construction materials, whether they have to be rated, the structure has to be rated or not. And issues like that would lead a smaller, not as tall a building to be more affordable. That's not always the case, but in general terms, it would be a simpler building. Stairwells would be smaller, not as tall. In a 4-story building, you'd have to take a stair to the roof, code-wise. In a 3-story building, you might not. You get away with a hatch, so you could economize in certain ways. But we could evaluate that apples with apples and give you feedback as we study the building. It's not an absolute, but we could tell you where you might be saving dollars and cents. The other way, you could say the height. The number 4 is an issue, and then the height of the building is another economically important issue, and that is the floor-to-ceiling height on each individual floor. That building that we show there is a 16-foot floor-to-floor on the first floor and 14 on subsequent floors. We would look to see if we could lower that to economize and to generate a more affordable structure. We'd talk about that with you and discuss it at length. Depending on what the mechanical systems would be, depending on what the structural system looks like, how deep the bar joist will be, all of that will go into that calculus to try to get a building that's more reasonable and affordable for everybody.
Okay. What are your thoughts as far as the, at the same site, having demolition of a current building while you're trying to build the new building? Is that something possible, or would that complicate things, or?
It's definitely possible, and it would complicate things. It would be a phased building, is that correct? Yes, it would also increase the cost usually, more so than not. And this is without us knowing exactly what, but yes, it's usually a phased building is more costly, and it's a little bit more complicated.
Okay. And parking decks, I guess you're familiar with those and designing them as well as the actual building and so on?
Yes, sir. We're very familiar with parking decks.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I've got.
Tommy, do you have any questions? Steve, do you have questions, Montreal?
Well, I guess I'm more, these are beautiful buildings. I'm more interested in function than form. And I mean, when you start adding turrets, clock towers, dormers, I mean, the prettier the building, the more it costs. So, I mean, how much wiggle, I mean, obviously there's some wiggle room here where we can keep it looking pretty nice, but it still, I don't want it looking utilitarian.
No, you're absolutely right. All these features translate to cost. This is I hate to say this, but it's like a smorgasbord at this point.
I can't hear you.
It's like a smorgasbord at this point. We don't have enough information to generate an actual design. So we put features, shown features on this building that can be left out or can be included just to start the dialogue, because it's a schematic and conceptual elevation, nothing more than that. Your points are valid. We would, in conversations with you later on, we would determine what we could afford and what we might not.
Okay, and I mean, change entrance ways, that sort of thing.
Entrance ways, we could do that. I might say that the configuration of the building, 162 feet long by 110 feet wide, is a very standard office plate. So you basically would have a core, an entrance lobby, and two corridors coming from each side of the building on the lower level, and those corridors are required for code for exiting to the outside, directly to the outside. But on the upper floors, you'd have a full plate with just the core elements and bathrooms in the middle, a lobby, and then space all the way around. Now, if you had requirements that we're not aware of, if you might need some meeting areas and some cafeterias, or I don't know what functions you might have that we're not aware of, then we would reevaluate the floor plate to make sure that it would accept those features and it would accommodate those features. But we don't know right now.
Right.
So all I can say is that the floor plate that you see there is a pretty standard office
Okay.
plate.
Well, you answered when you said 162 by 110, that answered a big question right there. Yeah.
Any more? Jacob, Tommy does have some questions, but he can't get the voice. Do you want me just to call him and? Oh, wait, no, okay, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. No, he says he doesn't have any questions right this moment. Sorry. Okay. Well, okay, good. Montreal, do you have any questions? Any other questions from anybody? I do have a question. So when you said I would be working with you and Al, correct?
Yes.
Because I see a bunch of other names in here.
Yes.
So who would be the daily person or the weekly person would be one of you two that would be talking to
Yes.
probably me as the chairman. So I just want to make sure we didn't have somebody else.
Absolutely. So we will both be involved from the start to the finish. I'll be stamping and signing these drawings, so I will definitely be overseeing, but Al is our contact and he is our lead designer. And so, but he will still be there. A lot of times people think designer is only in the beginning, but he's there from start to end.
Okay, great. Okay, good. Thank you.
Sorry, one final question. Back to the errors part. If your company made mistakes that could truly be identified that it was a design error, is that something that you're willing to step up to the plate and take on as a responsibility? And I'm not talking $1 million error that's going to go through your insurance. I'm talking $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 that add up over time. If something is truly, hey, we made a mistake, is that something that you would own and not expect the owners to pay for?
So, in our 42 years, this has come up before. And we try not to make many mistakes, but we have before. No one's perfect. And we definitely own up to our mistakes. And we have written checks before. It's not something we like to do, but we definitely do it when we are at fault.
Okay. That's a fair enough answer at this point. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Along that line, just one more question is, we, as you public knowledge, had a disastrous judicial building built over here that leaked like a sieve after we got it built, and had to spend a lot of money afterward. What type of, I guess, on-site approval inspection mechanism do you have to make sure that as the building is built stage by stage, that either we would have an on-site inspector work with you, or somehow there would be some very periodic and thorough inspection of how things are built so that we don't end up with a faulty, leaky, whatever building afterwards. Now that that's popped up in conversation, I'm very concerned about that, because we don't want a repeat of what we had over here.
I understand that. So we do the monthly site observation visits, and we'll take pictures and we document. We meet with the contractors on site, make sure there aren't any questions, any concerns that they see. But I think hiring a good GC is very important in that part. And they should know to ask if they see anything concerning.
Well, we thought we had one over here, so evidently it takes more than that. No.
It's just an important part of it. But absolutely, we visit once a month for site observations. I believe we'll have OAC meetings, the owner, architect, contractor meetings. I think it's bi-weekly. If I recall, it's in the proposal. But we actually, site observation, we go and we take pictures, we look at pay apps, we will talk to the contractors, and that is the way that's really standard on how we can control the construction quality in conformance with the drawings.
Could we have our own person
Yes.
view that on site and get
yes.
with you folks about it?
We have had owners who do that. They have their own CM that does actually look in. They're there a little bit more than we are once a month, but typically it's not an issue in our experience, and I understand you've had a bad experience, so I don't want to downplay that at all. But it has not been an issue. Do you want to add something, Al?
Yeah, and to elaborate on that and that concern, a very, very valid concerns about leaky roofs and other issues that need inspection during construction. The code requires a list of special inspections that should occur on every building: structural, stucco, veneer, fireproofing, ethos, synthetic stucco. The code requires inspections by the contractor or his representative, hired representative, on all of these. We issue a list where the contractor or the owner, I don't remember which, the owner hires an inspector in the contract contractually to check each and every one of these systems to make sure that they are compliant with the design and code requirements. In addition to that, the roof is a very important component. I don't know, you've had leakage problems on this other building, is that right? A separate roofing inspector, a company that would specialize in the roofing inspections is always a good recommended thing to have on a project. A person that would come out periodically and make sure that the building roof is being installed per contract and per the requirements of the systems that are called for. So that is a common practice in a lot of construction. So, in addition to that, of course, we'll be out there periodically, depending on what the contract says, and if we see anything, we'll call it to the contractor's attention. But a good contractor is important, a reputable one, and we have a list of reputable contractors that we've dealt with year in and year out. So they will also step up to the plate if they've made an error, and most of them are very glad to resolve issues before they become legal problems. So.
Thank you.
And I guess I kind of have like one last question. If you could give an example of how you've worked, I know you have some schools on here and some municipalities, and each government runs itself differently based on its charter. I'm just curious, how have you worked with the group before? Has it been, you work with mainly the county manager or the chairman, and then does it rely on them to go back to the elected board, or just, I'm curious how you've worked with the elected people before.
If it's been one contact or multiple, is that the question?
Yeah, or sort of how, yes, how.
It's usually one, but then there's always other people who are brought in the process. Yes.
Okay.
So it varies. And that's okay with us, but usually there is one designated that we work through.
Okay, great. I don't have any more questions. Any of y'all? No, he didn't need any questions, no. So, so at this point, I'd say thank you very much for attending. And commissioners, you have any further questions? I think the process will be like we've done before with health insurance and property and casualty, that you would reach out to Theron over the weekend so that we make sure both groups get the questions necessary between now and Tuesday. So does that sound good to you, Theron? Okay.
Thank you so much for having
You're
us and for
welcome.
your time.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
So it's 2:15 now. The next group is supposed to come at 2:30, correct? So commissioners, I'm going to give you a 15-minute break. So Joel, I guess if you just want to lead us to our logo, and we'll be back at 2:30. for us? All right, Theron will begin with the second group now.
Absolutely, and we appreciate it. The second and final group for today is Jericho Design Group, and we have Doug Shaw here with us and his team, and they will have 45 minutes for presentations, 30 minutes for any questions you guys may have, and again, this will be back for the board next Tuesday. I know that they're going to turn in a fee proposal today, and so you guys have the opportunity to see that after the meeting. And at this time, I'll just go ahead and turn it over to Doug Shaw, let him introduce his team, and we'll go from there. Thanks, Doug.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here today. We picked a beautiful day and a beautiful room to have a presentation, that's for sure. So I'm going to go ahead and just get started a little bit and talk about the agenda. And then I'm going to introduce the team quickly after that. So our agenda, we're really going to talk about project management. That's a really important part of every project, making sure that your team does the things it needs to make sure the project is a success. We're going to talk about best practices in these types of buildings and some things that we're doing on some similar facilities. And then we're going to talk about some case studies and potentially your project and how those ideas could flow into your project. All right, but without further ado, we've got my team with me. I've got Whitney Reagan. She is our lead interior designer. I like to say that Whitney makes our architectural buildings feel like home. Architects like to do the outside. We coordinate the mechanical, structurals, but she actually makes it a great place to work. We've got Yara Reimer-Bond, and Yara is our project manager. She is very experienced and is really organized all the time. She keeps me organized. And so I'm thrilled to have her as part of the team. Then we got John Bass as our civil engineer, who nobody in this room knows, has never heard of his name. It's what he told me. So no, that's not true, is it? Okay. All right, so let's just dive into the presentation. All right, so this is the team and the team roles again. I will be your lead in verifying the programming, doing the schematic design, and getting basically on a really good plane up front. Yara is going to be the project manager, and then Whitney, the interior designer, and then John, as you can see, is the lead civil engineer. One thing to notice is we've got, we don't have everything in-house. I worked at a firm that had everything in-house, and it wasn't very successful in that particular firm, so I decided when I got my firm that I was going to hire engineers who were specialties in the building types that we were doing. So I've got one MEP firm who does the healthcare projects for me. I got another MEP firm that does these types of buildings for me. So I really like that flexibility in how I organize my teams and not have to have my in-house engineers always doing the work. Going forward, I think right now I'm going to let Yara come up and talk a little bit about the tools and design management going forward. And after that, we're going to have Whitney and myself talk about some of the design issues. Just hit that.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you all for having us here today. So for our design management, there is lots of tools that we use to keep our team organized and to keep the project on time and in budget. We do like to use a lot of e-tools, one of them being building information modeling. Right now, we're modeling all our buildings in Revit. The additional tool that we have to utilize is the BIM 360. That allows our engineers to work with us at the same time in the same model. So even though we have engineers that are not sitting right next to us, we are working in the same environment. We're seeing the same things. As I'm making changes, they can see it and they can react to it. It gives you the same flexibility as having an engineer right next to you, and you can have that conversation. It's not looking at sets of plans, it's actually all in 3D. So that is one tool that we are using. We love it as well. You see other tools. Monday is a project management tool. Keeps, again, all the team on task, on time. Deltek, Newforma, Bluebeam, additional tools that we utilize, some for accounting purposes, some for Bluebeam. We use it also. We have information sessions where I can mark up a PDF. I can send it to anybody on the team, even on the owner side. They can mark it back. It could be a conversation. It's not everything in email. We can do things live. So that makes the project go a lot smoother. Other than our e-tools, we have I mean, verbal communication for any project is crucial. We document everything from the very beginning in meeting minutes. We sit with the owner, we sit with any end users, any engineers, any decisions made need to be documented. Later on, we take this documentation and double check. So as we go through any design phase, we're utilizing our meeting minutes, we're utilizing any notes we took, so we can document and show you, you told us to do this, and here is where we're doing it. And that way, nothing gets missed. Scheduling, so we're gonna work with the construction manager to get the schedule. We'll work back and forth with them so the design schedule matches their schedule as well. And that's how we get the master schedule coordinated between us and them. Quality control. So as I mentioned right now, quality control goes through each phase of the design. We're not waiting till we're far along in the design phase to do quality control. We're doing it as we go. How we do the quality control, so there's different review processes that we're gonna do. We're gonna do a program review. So in the very beginning, after we collect all the data and put it into a program, we're gonna go check by check at each step and make sure that what we designed for in the beginning is still in the schematic package, is still in the design development package. And as you know, as things shift and change, we want to make sure that your vision in the very beginning of the project is still there. Technical review, that's another set of eyes looking at every, things from a different perspective. So this isn't to check what the owner wants is in the building. This is for us to check in-house, quality-wise, that the detailing is correct, everything is up to code, every standards that are in the industry right now are met. Last is coordination reviews, and that goes back and forth between the e-tools that I mentioned. So we're gonna do that going live with our engineers. We'll coordinate with the BIM models back and forth, and we'll make sure the coordination happens even with the owner so the program is met. What BIM also allows us to do, the building information modeling, is we can have clash detection. So issues that you see when people work in different models, you put them together and there's ways to clash detect. So you can figure out early, we have a problem between the mechanical system in the building and the structural. There's a beam and a duct intersecting. You're not waiting to see that later on during construction. We can utilize our BIM clash detection models to see issues that even us, if it misses that anybody had a set of eyes on it, we have tools also to help us clash detect and figure out any issues very early on. We have a full integrated design team, and all these tools that I'm mentioning are risk management tools. So as we're going through to detect the clashes in the models and figure out any coordination issues, we limit our risk for these projects. And last one here for design management, we do heavy visualization. So what that means, since we're working in 3D, you can see your building at any point. So at any point you want to say, show me what this room with these finishes look like, and we're not through the whole project, I can show you what we have progress-wise, where we are and what's going on. You want to see color options. Visualization is super easy at that point because we can just apply, show you, and you can take it from there. Program confirmation, I touched base on that a little bit ago. So that goes back into, we want to make sure at the end, after a lot of decisions have been made, we're still meeting what you wanted in the very beginning. So we're going to go back and review the program. And as you see in there in the slide to the right, there is an Excel sheet, very detailed, that shows you every room in the program, square footage, any notes that you say, in this room, I want to make sure to have this type of furniture, this type of equipment, anything that you need, we're going to put that in the program. It's going to get issued as a Excel sheet, and we're going to go back and check it at every stage. Data sheets for rooms is, so each room can get its own data sheet as well. And again, we're going to go into what kind of equipment you want in the room. Does the room require any acoustic? So all the detailed information, so we're making sure not just the entire program is met, even the small spaces have exactly what you need them to have. Then after that phase, we're going to go into conceptual diagrams and building stacking. What that means, now we have an Excel sheet with areas that we need. We're going to take these areas and we're going to start putting them next to each other. So we start, it's not a floor plan yet, it's just color blocks, but they're the right size and we're putting them in the right place. And we're going to run that by you. We'll do a stacking diagram and you will see this is where we're planning for each department to go in this building. After that, from those we can do takeoffs and cost estimates. With having a construction manager on board, we will be able to do that as we go along with square footage and with uses for each of these departments. And when we are done with that process, we will require official sign-offs. That means whoever is in charge of that department, we're gonna ask you, please look at it, make sure everything here is according to what you need, and then give us a sign-off so we can proceed into the next phase of the design. Now we're into our schematic design phase. So we start first with site planning and design. The site, we're gonna work with civil to make sure that everything on the site meets the requirements that we have. We're gonna again meet with each stakeholder group and do plan discussions. Now we're done with the programming and we're gonna go into the next phase to figure out how to lay out their space and what does their space need to have from a layout standpoint. We're gonna start talking about finishes and equipment for each space. And we're gonna start the visualization. This is where it becomes fun for us as well, because we start showing you renderings. And once you start, actually later we're gonna show you rendering already, but to start showing real options for this is what this building could look like. Here's 2, 3 options. We can price it at that point too. Here's a skin, here's another skin option, here's a third skin option. And from there, with a construction manager, you can have a preliminary price at the schematic phase. Very early on also in this schematic phase, we like to start talks with the fire marshal. Way before we submit for permitting, we want to start showing them, here's the plan that we have, here's everything we're thinking. If you see any issues, we want to know as soon as possible. We want this to be an open conversation. So if you have feedback, we'll incorporate it, show you again, and then we'll move on. And we'll run it again by all the end users. And at that part, we're gonna probably print the plans and we're gonna sit together with the owner, do a page turn, show you exactly what the set of drawings is, and walk you through every detail, everything that is shown, and that is, we can pin them on a wall sometimes, we can just sit around a big table and just do a quick page turn for that. Next phase is we're, again, revising, because at this point, we have some preliminary budget, and a lot of times it can come above, and we're gonna try to figure out how to bring the budget down to what we need it to be. We're still very early on in the design phase, so we are making sure the budget is not gonna get exceeded at this point. From there, we're gonna get sign-offs again. This time you're signing off on plans. So you have a rendering, you have floor plans, the layout is okay with the fire marshal. We know that we're okay to go to the next design development, construction document phase. From that point, it's just pricing for design development. We put a target date, we make sure we meet it for the construction document phase. So construction manager at risk. Right now, we have over $500 million in projects in Georgia that we're working on. Currently, we have 3 in over 70 million. We've done the 500 million throughout our history. We like working with construction managers because it can speed up the process and there is a lot of collaboration. So we can do fast starts. On one of the projects that we're working on right now, we're working on an early demolition package for the building with a construction manager. That helps us with keeping the schedule on time. So we can look at early release packages for civil sometimes, just to keep, again, the schedule on time as we need it. So with the construction manager at risk, we're also looking at old school coordination. We're gonna still sit together with them, with the owner, and make sure that we have our coordination sessions, our OAC meetings early on. As soon as everybody is on board, we start meetings even early in the phase, so the construction manager is sitting and listening to the schematic design meetings. If they're on board, then we would love to have them in those conversations as well. We give our engineers budgets to do this design work through this phase two. Since they priced preliminary pricing, they can tell us, we expect mechanical system to take this much percentage. And we can give that to our engineers and tell them, design within this parameters that we're giving you, so you're not exceeding it, so that one system does not go above or beyond what we need it to go. And we will have no excuses for busting the budget from anybody. So we're gonna keep everybody accountable to keep the price according to what we need it to be from the very beginning. And as you all know, supply chain issues have been hitting our industry pretty hard. Having a construction manager on our team is going to help us through that. Examples of things we see throughout the industry right now, so roofing insulation, we're having to switch it on one job right before construction, and these type of things we're hoping on this project with working with a construction manager, we're going to figure it out early. This is going to be a supply chain issue. Let's work it through the design very early on. Structural systems, joists have been very difficult with super long lead times, so we're taking that into consideration as well. We're working through how long is it going to take from the very beginning. Let's design the system for you to be able to get the building built by the time you need it built, and not wait, design traditional, whatever has been done 5 years ago without considering the supply chain issues right now. Early release of materials, so if we know early with the construction manager, we can send early release packages so they can buy out anything they need to buy out before there's issues with availability. No substitutions for bad management during construction. So we see that sometimes right now, you get lots of last minute notifications, this is not available, and we didn't know that it's not available and figure it out. So we're not gonna accept bad management for supply chain issues. We wanna come up with a plan early on. We know what the issues are. We know what the industry is struggling with right now. Let's early on decide, this is the materials that we think are gonna be an issue, and this is our solution for what we do there. And we're not gonna accept any other solutions to meet, we need it to meet the requirements that you all need. And lastly, here we have, so good project management requires good documents. The bottom line for what we do is having good construction documents. We're gonna look at how we get there, but eventually what we give you as a set of documents is what it's gonna be used to build this building. So looking at our history, lessons learned from everything, we complete things on time, we make sure that the details that we are showing are above and beyond what we need to get the price that we need and to get things built on time as well. And now I'll pass it on to Doug.
All right, so best design practices. So we're going to talk a little bit about some things we are seeing throughout the industry and in similar buildings, so that I want to just tickle your fancies and your imaginations about some of these things going on and see what you think. So from a site analysis standpoint, I understand this is has been a 10-year process. John was telling us earlier that y'all been looking for a while for the right site, right location, all the things that are going to make this project a success. And of course, as part of that, we're looking at all these things. Stormwater is always big, wetlands is always something to deal with, and of course, utilities and things like that. So we understand y'all have got that narrowed down, and we're excited that we got John on board because he's got the historical knowledge and will help us get through that process really quickly. From a site standpoint, and we were looking at some of your information you put out about Thrive and your community. So you may want to consider some EV charging stations. I know that Tesla, Chevrolet, all these car manufacturers are going towards these electric vehicles. And even if you don't put this charging station in now, let's just run the utilities out there so that it can be done in the future. But I do think that's something to take into consideration. Another thing is health and wellness have become a big part of recruitment and retainage of employees. So if you can make some of the outside areas of the site healthier, maybe with some exercise stations, walking paths, little areas for some times to reflect from a hard day in purchasing. Where are you? She's not here. I'm sure she has some hard days on bid day. So anyway, just some outdoor areas to, create some areas to decompress, I think is really important. It's about the building, but it's also about the mental health and well-being of everybody in the building. All right, and then building security. The upper right-hand corner is Forsyth County's courthouse that got attacked, who nobody thought would ever get attacked. I was actually doing the courthouse and jail on the other side of the street. And after that, we added planters and standoff distances around the facility in order for that not to happen. The diagram on the bottom is Sandy Springs. They bought an existing building. We're doing a public safety complex. It had an entrance road going right towards that V shape. We got rid of it. We put an addition there. So there's things you got to do from a building and site planning standpoint nowadays just to have a safe campus. All right, and exterior ideas. Obviously, we want sustainable materials. We love brick. We love precast. We love all these things. And you know what? They last a very long time and create really a sense of history that is an important part of every community. We like a traditional architecture, too. So some of these are some of the projects we've worked on, and they have that flair and that feel. Again, those outdoor connections are very important to have public space and just a presence of the buildings. And as we move forward, you might recognize the building on the right. That was the courthouse that burned way back when. And the one on the left is actually a design for a courthouse that I did in Sumter County down in Americus in the early 90s. And you see that there's similar styles. That's a kind of a Richardsonian Romanesque. So you can do something that is similar to a historic building with a modern construction. So I just wanted to show you that. That's kind of a fun little comparison right there. And then these towers that we like to put on buildings, sometimes they're engaged in the corner, sometimes they're in the middle of the building, sometimes they're on the edges. So, where that element fits into the design and how it marks the building is a very important discussion we'll have as the exterior of the building is being modeled and looked at. So some floor plate ideas. One of the things that I've learned in my 30-year career is there is something called a skin to a floor plate ratio. All the developers who do these office buildings know what that means. This is a very efficient floor plate to skin ratio, which is usually 22 to 25,000 square feet. So what we like to do is try to be within that, because we know from a marketing and an economic standpoint, it's very, very smart. The other thing to look at, is this pointer going to work on that thing? No, it doesn't. The little laser? No. All right, you see the gray boxes in the floor plate? So that is what we call the core of the building. Those are the stair towers, the elevators, things like that. We like to pull them to the side. That way that rest of the floor plate is wide open, so you can lay things out very simply and be able to reconfigure very simply. So we're doing that an awful lot, and it is been very successful. A lot of times they put these core elements in the middle, and it cuts up the space. So we really do like to pull them to the side, if that makes sense. All right, and now from an interior standpoint, Whitney's going to talk about how to make your new building a home.
Well, Doug's touched a lot about, the experience when someone comes from, the parking lot, those kind of organic areas, but also it's about how people feel when they're in the building, not only from your staff, employees, but from the public side. One thing that is so important, like in this room, is natural light. Dark rooms, create maybe distractions at times. So having light windows, clear story windows, and also having kind of those areas with the nice features of pendant lighting lets people have a nice aesthetic while they're working and having positions to come to the building. Another thing that people don't talk about very often, but it's very important, is wayfinding. The public comes in, they have, they know they have to go get a permit for something, they don't know where to go. One thing we really like to be mindful of is not only maybe in like flooring directionals, but also in interactive signage. So having the floor plates on signage and then really good signage. So at up and visible areas, so that way if there's different transaction windows, the public knows where to go when they need to come and fill out any forms. We know that a lot of times there's just stress coming into a building, so creating some nice colors and textures so that it gives that kind of warmth feeling when they come in. Talking about stress inducers, so one thing I discussed was the dark areas. And one of the floor plates that Doug's showed the workstations kind of in the center area and not having the offices on the glass of the exterior. What that allows to do is lets the light come into the entire space, because you can have the offices at the interior perimeter with full light doors and some glass. We can put film on the glass so people don't feel like they're in a fishbowl as people are walking by. But it does let that natural light come into their space while giving the workstations a really nice environment as well. Dark break rooms also, you want those cross interactions between departments. They work long days, they take a break for lunch. Giving them a nice break room with some light is very possible. And here's the example, as I mentioned. So as you can see in the lower left corner, there's the offices with the glass on them, and then the workstations in that area right in front of them, letting the light come through. And also what's really great, those stress reducers, giving opportunities for collaboration areas, not just so that people can step away from their desk or from their workstation, if you can see on that top corner picture, there's like little interactive meeting rooms. You can have some movable screens. A lot of people are liking those writable whiteboards, smart boards, so you can wheel those around the office and use them in different spaces rather than just a conference room. And then again, we're showing a nice break room with multiple refrigerators and microwaves, because no one wants to wait for their food to be heated up during lunchtime. One thing that Doug mentioned was that those stairs, bringing them to the corner, not keeping them inside, we had the opportunity then to have the stair well lit, which is great for security. People feel the use to use them, which is part of that wellness, that maybe the doors are on hold opens, for security purposes. So it really, promotes the use of the stairs. We were all trying to, get our reminders of our, steps, how many we got in that day. So having those stairs, get the natural light, promotes safety and use of the stairwells. And we add a pop of color so it doesn't feel as dark and dungeony as well. We know that this building is going to be for a long time. You had a beautiful courthouse that burned down, but some of the natural textures and stonework, and which is very durable for one, using wall protection at a certain level, not just having drywall, because as service corridors can get banged up, we're very mindful. We know that for maintenance of the facility, of the building, to protect the corners, but also making it look aesthetically nice with accent wall finishes, using durable finishes where it's necessary, carpet for acoustics in offices, LVT, which is like a luxury vinyl tile, is very used in break rooms, much better product than VCT where it takes maintenance. So we're going to be mindful that these materials are going to last for a very long time. And as something we're going towards is different types of work station and office environments. People are liking to stand while working. So something we're liking in the private offices, in the executive offices, in the workstations, having those elevated desks so that way they have the opportunity when they want to. So again, promoting the wellness for every single office type. And I'm going to hand it off to Doug again.
All right, so how are we doing on time, by the way?
Okay.
We got a timekeeper? About 17 minutes? All right. I think I won't make it. All right, so let's talk about a case study. So this is a building that we're doing right now for Forsyth County. It is their administration building, and I wanted to walk through not how great this design is, but just talk about some of the ideas we put into it, which I think are going to be helpful for you to consider in how we would potentially design your building. All right, so it is a 4-story building. I'm thinking if you have 70,000 square feet, you may have 3 stories. That's to be determined, but that's probably a starting point. And what I wanted to do is just show you some things on these floor plates that we did that you might consider. So on the upper left-hand side, we've got a separate staff entrance, but we've got a separate inspector entrance too. Literally, we put a mudroom on the building. It's a little area for the inspectors to go in, take off their muddy boots, put on their regular shoes, so they're not tracking mud all the way through the building. So that's just a little thing that we did. The other thing we did is had a separated commissioners' meeting room. And the reason we did that is that at night, that can be separated from the rest of the building. So the public only comes into the front of the building where the room is. They can't go into the rest of the building. So from a safety and security standpoint, it just makes a whole lot of sense to pull that out front and separate it. We did on this building a one-stop permit center, so all of the departments are in this one area with a series of windows. So you've got planning and development, you've got building review, you've got all the site and all the folks in one area, so that somebody coming in and doing a development in your community, they just go to that one area and it's very logically laid out of where they need to go into a one-stop area. And then the last thing we did, instead of placing conference rooms in everybody's area, we did a conference center that will have reservations. So not everybody has a private conference room. What they would do is go to the conference center area of the building and then say, I will need the conference room on Tuesday at 2, and there'll be a scheduling system that allows them to do that. What that allows you to do is just have flexibility in who uses those rooms, because in my career, a lot of those rooms don't get used but maybe once a week. So it's better if it's more of a community kind of situation and can be scheduled. All right, a couple other things on the floor plate. So we didn't do break areas for everybody either. We did one nice break area for every floor. As well as staff toilets located there, and the actual now code-required lactation rooms that we got to have on every floor. So all of that is on every floor, and as you can see in the middle of that floor plate, it's in the center of the floor plate and easily accessible to everybody. Now, what Whitney was talking about is the idea is the blue is actually the water department, the green is actually environmental. And the yellow and the purple is building. You actually are going to have permits running through all these departments at different points, and they can actually talk to each other about what's going on in a project in a break room. So we're trying to force like collisions of people to get together and work in tune with each other versus these departments having walls between them. And in fact, you'll see on that floor plate, there are no walls between departments either. So what that allows you to do is you have a flow of maybe one needs more workstations where you can flow left and right and things like that. So it allows a lot of flexibility in how you can grow and prosper, basically, in this building. And then the final idea is the offices, like Whitney said, are on the inside with glass fronts, the workstations on the outside, so everybody gets to share in the natural light. Just a few more things here. So one of the things about pulling that commissioner room out in the front is they wanted to do a big employee roof deck over that. So pulling that room out front allowed us to have that outdoor space given to the employees, which is kind of cool. The other thing that is interesting to talk about is remote work and what do those workstations look like. You know, people now can dial in for remote work, and this really is more towards a lot of the accounting departments are doing this because they can do a lot of what they do remotely, and a lot of the IT folks. So if they're in those situations, we gave them what we call benching stations, not big full offices and workstations, because they're not there very often. Now, we did the same thing with the inspectors. Inspectors usually come in, they check in early in the morning, and then they're gone 7 hours, and then come back in and do some paperwork and then leave for the day. So we're not giving those types of folks typically a full workstation or full office. We give them benching stations. It saves square footage and things like that. And then one of the things that we did as well, we only had a couple office sizes. So we found out we had 100 square offices for this position and 120 for this position and 150 for this position. And we said, this doesn't make sense because you can't build enough of one or the other of the three sizes. So let's just get everybody in that middle zone the same size office, which we determined would be about 130 square feet. So from a management standpoint, if you have people promoted, you don't have to find that larger office. You know, you just have another office waiting for them in that area that they need to be at to manage their people. So just kind of being flexible in how those offices are built and used. And then lastly, on the fourth floor, again, I wanted to highlight the employee elevators that are separated from the public so they can go up and down. And this is really actually, again, about inspectors as well. not being in your public elevators and getting things dirty. Not that there's no inspectors in here, is there? Anyway, not that they're all like muddy and all that, but you know, it's just keeping it nice, keeping the building nice. I did talk about lactation rooms on every floor. That is a state law requirement that is pretty new. And then we do, like in our core areas, large janitor closets, not these little bitty things you can barely get a mop bucket in, but good-sized janitor closets, because they're going to have toilet paper and all kinds of stuff they need to get in there as well. And then finally, a family toilet on every floor, not just the male and female, so that somebody with a stroller and another kid in tow can go in there and change a diaper. So. All right, so your administration building. So we came up with a few images here based upon, maybe you want to think about having the building replicate some of the ideas you had on that building that burned down. It's more of a historical look to the building. So what you're seeing is a first shot at the image. And here's a kind of a side-by-side comparison. So if you look at the image on the right, what do you see coming out towards you is that commissioner's meeting room. And so I do think that that's a good idea, is pulling that meeting room out front and being able to lock off the rest of the building at the late nights that sometimes these meetings have. You also see it has a very defined tower. This one's pulled out and similar to the one in the historic nature. And then it has that kind of window pattern that we were trying to maintain as well. So this floor plate is roughly the 70,000 square feet that is in the program. So it would fit it from a size standpoint. Obviously, the next step is to kind of lay out about what goes where and can we get everything adjacent to what everything wants to be adjacent to. All right, and so this is just kind of a generic site plan, if you will. So you see around the building, we've got some standoff distances on the public side. We want to have a nice formal entry, a little bit of a courtyard in the front. I didn't know how you were going to do your tags. So around the back side of the building, we have like a drive-through going there. Didn't know if that was something that, if you're going to go more online, or you're going to have, a lot of the folks still like to go through the drive-through, basically, and pay for their tags that way. In fact, we're doing a building for Scythe right now, a little tag building, and it has 3 ways to basically buy your tag. It has a kiosk on the outside, it's got the drive-through lane on the inside, and it's got service windows on the inside. So there's 3 ways you can interact with the building. You can be outside, go up to like a kiosk on the outside and do it. You can go inside if you want to talk to somebody, or you can go through the drive-through. So anyway, there's multiple ways to do it. And this is just kind of a last image, a 3D image of potentially what the building could look like. So the parking lot to the bottom of the page would be your public parking, and we're thinking the staff parking off to the side, so that we can give that separate staff entrance, so those inspectors can come in the side and hopefully hit a mud room, but when they enter the building. But you can make it look very historic and inviting and friendly at the same time. And this is just kind of a last view of it from the front. I do like slope roofs. They have a tendency not to leak. That's what I like about them. So we do like the idea of a historic look and getting you a good sloped roof on it as well. All right, so I'm just going to say why Jericho real quick, and then at the end of the Q&A, I'd like maybe 2 minutes to kind of close up. So I think number one is we've really got strong people assigned to your project. I'm the owner of the company myself, and I'm going to be here doing work. I've got basically my right and left hand over here. This is my lead interior designer in the firm, and this is my lead project manager in the firm. And John's pretty good too, he tells me, so I'm looking forward to working with him. So we really do have a very strong team being able to be put on your job. And the second thing is project experience. We're doing an administration building right now, but honestly, I began my career 30 years ago, have been doing municipal buildings for 30 years, have done a lot of administration buildings, courthouses, all types of municipal buildings. So this is my wheelhouse, and 70% of my revenue is cities and county work. not in schools or anything like that, in the buildings for cities and counties. We have very deep construction manager at risk experience. I've got scars all over me from that in the early 2000s, from when it was really coming into market and being used, and I can use those scars to help you guys navigate it on the project as well. And again, we've got 3 of them at CM right now. 2 are with one CM and 2 are with a separate CM, and it seems like there's a little bit of difference between how all these CMs like to approach things, but there's one thing that we like to make sure is consistent, is we like to hold everybody accountable, which is what Yara talked about. And then we really are good at fast starts and early packages. We really do listen to you, and I know that's kind of weird just to say, but we do a lot of work with the state as well, and I was got a recent project from the state, and I was asking them, I said, you know, we do have a pretty good hit rate with you guys, and what do you attribute that to? And he says, Doug, you guys actually listen, you know? So I know that sounds very elementary, but we really do, and that's a really important part of how we deliver a good service to you guys. So I just want to make sure you know that we're going to listen to you in order to make your job a success, your project a success.
Great, thank you. I guess we'll start, Clint. Ernie was sort of how we did it earlier, so we'll
Yes,
let
sir.
you start with some questions.
First of all, thank you for being here and submitting a packet for us to consider. Very much appreciated. I've got a good many questions, so if you could try to make them as quick and precise as you can. I'm not looking for long, drawn-out answers.
Okay.
The first one is, you see a lot of projects, probably typically more in larger projects, where you can see a lot of copy and pasting. And I guess it can have pros and cons from not reinventing the wheel, so to speak. But in the same note, everyone wants to feel like their project is a special design. So can you give me any kind of idea, not knowing all the particulars of what we want to see, but just based off the information you've been given so far, do you see a percentage of copy and paste versus design build? Is it all going to be, you know, from the ground up in the design phase? What would that look like?
Yeah, I don't see any copy and paste. I mean, every community I go in has different ideas and processes in order to do the business with their citizens. So we may, some of those ideas I showed at the other administration building, maybe that's not really copy and paste, but we may use some of those ideas, but I don't see any kind of true copy and paste at all.
Okay. As far as your subcontractors, you stated that technically most of this would probably be out of house. You don't have a full from A to Z in-house. I think both ways can have pros and cons. From a contractual standpoint, is that something you would be willing to agree to put into a contract to say, hey, this is who we're planning on using for mechanical, or this is who we're planning on using for electrical, or if there's a change in that, would that be something that you would be willing to run by an owner's rep? Just making sure that there's not a bait and switch. So for instance, you come and make a presentation that says, you know, we're using the best electrical engineer in the state of Georgia, and then we get to the project and John Smith all of a sudden is not who you're using. So that's kind of where I'm leading the question to.
That is a very common requirement of every state project, which we do a lot of state work. You have to put on a sheet of paper who your consultants are and who are the actual people of the consultants who are going to work on the job. And they do have in the state contracts a right of refusal or anything. Anyway, there's an approval process to pull somebody off the job. So I'm very comfortable with any kind of language or any kind of process that makes sense for you.
Okay. As far as the time frame, is that something you're willing to put into the contract? And if you do happen to be awarded, is that something that you and your team could start with right away? Or what is your other project looks like as far as your time management?
You guys ready tomorrow?
Okay.
We're ready to go. We really do. I got some people coming off some projects, and I'd love to move them right into this project, some production people. These two folks and myself, though, we're not going to go away. We're going to be down here.
Okay.
We're ready to go.
I know there's a lot of misnomers about errors and omissions insurance. You typically see that, I think, in the higher dollar marks, $1 million error or something that has happened. But I'm not a construction expert, but I've sat on a lot of different construction committees, and I've learned a lot for not being in that field for my living. One of the things you see a lot of times is the $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 mistakes. And I'm not talking halfway through that the owners decided to change a closet into a something different, a meeting room or whatever, so you were forced to change it. I'm talking about specifically something that's strictly an error. Now, I know with CM at risk, that's going to reduce a lot of the owner's liability.
For sure.
But just for hypothetical speaking purposes, is that something you and your firm would be willing to take ownership in? If it's something you have actually made a mistake on, that you're willing to step up and take ownership in that? And if there was any type of monetary repercussions to that, would you be willing to take on the liability?
Yeah, I just want to have a discussion about it, and I want it to be fair to both parties. So typically, the premium that you're paying because of when the mistake was made is really what I would love, I don't love to pick that up, is what I would pick up typically. So I'm very open to that. In fact, I did that recently for another client up in Cornelia. We had a firewall issue, and it was about a $9,800 deal, and I wrote him a check, and we're still friends, and he was one of my references on my submittal. So it's part of business.
Okay. During the initial design process, obviously, a county our size, we're going to have a lot of staff that would do maintenance or upkeep of things, especially after a warranty has gone out. So if we're looking at a couple examples, let's say, for instance, lighting, does the county have the equipment to change light bulbs out in a 30-foot ceiling or not? Or the HVAC system, we have an individual that goes around and does all the maintenance on that. So is that something as a part of your process that you would have at certain intervals that you would bring in the staff to say, hey, we know you're the ones that are going to have to upkeep this. Is this system okay with you if this is what we send out for the general contractor to bid on? Give me an idea of how that process looks.
Yeah, so Forsyth County Administration Building, we just went through this. So we met with their maintenance folks. They are actually called their Public Facilities Department. And one of the big issues on that one was the mechanical system. So it's a big enough building, 135,000 square feet, where you can go with some of these bigger systems, right? So we went through pros and cons of, and I don't want to get in the weeds, but David might know this, 4-pipe versus 2-pipe versus just air handlers on the roof. And we got their feedback, and they wanted something that they knew they could work on. So that's what we're designing with, which was more of just air handlers on the roof. So we do think that that's very important. So other things that we look for, and Yara's got a great checklist that we will send to your maintenance folks, is like there's flush valves that people don't want to deal with. There's all kinds of things like that in the building that we want to make sure we're either mirroring what you already have in stock and what you like to buy, or you have you understand the maintainability of that because you've had it for a very long time. So yeah. As
far as FF&E procurement, and so I've seen it handled a lot of different ways where you're designing what the furniture and everything should look like. In your experience with municipalities or governments, have you seen where a lot of times they'll have someone in-house that will order from that design and save that money for not having a middleman? Or do you see in larger facilities that it can be very specialized, and so it's worth the increase or the middleman that you're going to see in the general contractor, because then you get into something that, this cloth should have been ordered over that and they didn't read it right when they bought it. Do you have any ideas, kind of what you've seen about that in the past?
Lord, that is a can of worms right there. The furniture seems to be a can of worms, and Whitney handles that for all of us. And you can come stand next to me because you may have to kick me in the shins. But so there's all kinds of ways to do it. So you can go straight to a dealer, have them do it. But what we like to do is we like our interior designer to be involved, mainly because we want to make sure that the fabrics and colors and all the functionality is in there. And a lot of times what we do is we create a package that then goes out to the dealers. Now, here's the issue with the dealers is they can't necessarily provide everything in the bid package. And so sometimes what you got to do is evaluate multiple bid packages for the owner to make sure they hit what's required from a spec and quality and delivery date standpoint. So it's just the way that furniture works. I mean, it's just one of those things. And there's also lead times associated with a lot of the products, different types of products. So what we like to do is we like to manage it with you because it is a lot for anybody in the government to deal with. Not buying through us, but manage it for you, and then we will help with all the procurement from there. You want to add anything?
Yeah. you know, there's some, you know, counties and cities that have a great procurement department that are familiar with the processes of working with the vendors. But also we don't mind working with them, state contract, getting that, you know, find cost that is not going to increase, selecting those finishes and making sure what's most important is that the finishes are going to, you know, feel like they're incorporated with the whole building design, not from the exterior. I incorporate all the interior finishes, having the same continuity, and that's very important for the furniture as well. So one thing that I just went through 24 furniture meetings with individual departments showing the different types of benching systems, the different types of workstations, the different type of private offices, the different executive offices types, so that we could then hear we're putting out a questionnaire to hear everyone's opinion, what they like, so then we there narrow it down. So everyone has, and it also gets everyone incorporated, feeling like they had, you know, their own voice heard. So that's something that maybe someone outside would not be able to provide.
And that was for the Forsyth County project, the administration, meeting with everybody.
So we have a Public Works Department, obviously, and have a lot of different equipment, grading equipment and so forth. So depending on which site, obviously that's going to change the answer. But the reality is we'll probably utilize our staffing at some level. Give me an idea of what you would see bringing them on board to work with your staff, or some of the initial conversations, and understanding that if we can save money, something that we do not want to put into the general contractor, whether it's see them at risk, taking those components out of things we can do in-house. Explain to me how that would look.
So I've done this a lot in my career, and where the Public Works basically works with the civil engineer directly, and sometimes even the civil engineer does the staking on it. The most important thing is I love it. I want you guys to save money anywhere you can. The issue is I just want to make sure that when the CM takes that site, that it's exactly what he expects. And we don't get this kind of finger pointing of, hey, this parking lot is 6 inches out, it doesn't pitch, all these other kinds of things from a rough grading standpoint. And I know if we have the civil engineer and he's involved in helping with staking and kind of directing at that, in that process, I think it'll be successful. But I love the idea of you guys saving money, because moving dirt is expensive.
Okay. A lot of times you hear in the field from general contractors that architects are great with coming up with stuff that looks very nice on paper, but when it comes to hammering or screwing it in, there's angles, there's all type of issues that make it not practical to physically build it. So I know we have references and we'll be able to call those, but what do you think the general synopsis of contractors would say about your firm about being able to design things that not only look good on paper, but that they physically can build them?
I could flip back to the quote that was on here from Carroll Daniel. They're doing the juvenile court building with us right now. We are known for good drawings and really good coordination and quality design. So I think if you called most general contractors, they would say really good things about us, because we're collaborative in our approach. We are sympathetic is not the right word. We understand their business model and what they're trying to do. And if we can get that teamwork going right up front, I think they would say really good things about us.
Okay. Last question. We have had some recent programming analysis work done. I don't know if you've had the ability to see that or not. It really doesn't matter. But my question is, you went through a lot of detail about your programming, what the phases will look like. So based off that analysis that we've had, is that something that you think, hey, we'll definitely look at that and probably we'll have a lot of areas that we can cut time out? Or do you come in and say, hey, that's great, but we have a system in place that we don't really want to get off kilter, so we're really going to go from A to Z ourselves? Give me an idea based off of an analysis work that we've already had done, what that would mean to you starting out.
It's really awesome, because I don't want to reinvent the wheel. But I do want to just go through and verify things. You know, the idea of this standard office size, if you guys are cool with that, I would like to standardize the office sizes. If you are, if some of the concepts that I talked about on this other building are something that you're interested in, I want to go ahead and start delivering that message down to the departments. So I think it's a great starting point, but what I want to do is make sure that leadership is on board as well. because I don't want there to be miscommunications and flow back and forth of any type. And I keep throwing up Forsyth County. So even before I sent the floor plans to the user groups, the managers, the county managers, they reviewed the floor plans. And they were asking me questions about, well, why did you do this and why did you do that? So I like that kind of feedback before I go back to staff. So I want to make sure that this thing doesn't get off kilter, and that we're moving forward very effectively. So we're going to use it for sure. But if some of these ideas resonated with you guys, we'll start having that conversation with everybody and start to make sure that they understand the direction we all want to go together.
Okay, thank you.
Got a couple questions. What are the nuances and cost impacts, if you will, and would you be willing to work with a site, if we picked one where you would have to have a demolition of an existing building while starting on the new building?
Do I have a slide of I'm saying Forsyth a lot. So the new juvenile court building in Forsyth is built on the same site as the existing juvenile court building. The new building is literally 10 feet away from the other building. And essentially the new building is almost up. Next phase is they're going to move into the new building, they're going to tear down the old building, and then build a parking lot right there. So we've got a project underway right now that has that exact situation. Now the key to that is communication, right? From the CM and from the design team and the owners as to what hours make sense, what delivery paths are sitting there, all these type of logistic ideas that will make that a successful solution. So, it's not anything new to us, and it can be done and be done successfully.
Okay. I'm a little gun shy. Maybe I can speak for others too, because we had a judicial center built just a few years ago, and it was a disaster as far as water leaks. Not so much the roof per se, but how and I don't know the details, but somewhere through the wall and the windows and all that, water got in, and anyway, it was a fiasco. My question is, what type of on-site monitoring do you do over the construction that's going on? And then do you allow, or how would you work with, if we had a person or firm to do periodic on-site monitoring so we can ensure that things are being done properly before construction is completed?
The answer is yes. We want that person too. So I talked about a lot of state jobs. A lot of state jobs require water testing. So what they'll do is you'll get the windows in and they'll do spray tests on them. And then they'll do, you get some of the skin in and they'll do spray tests on them. They'll do the roof, they'll flood the roof before that roof can be, see if there's anything going on. So that envelope testing, I think, is super important. But we're going to be on site in order to monitor everything. And what we try to do, and we work with our construction partners to do this, and the question about complexity of the building really plays into the water tightness of the building. What we want to do is specify and use systems that the skill of the labor that they have at their disposal works. So we can't draw things that are unbuildable and too complex, because we know that the skill and labor going to build the building is not going to be able to do it. So we're going to go through a discussion of the systems, whether it be what we call fluid applied membrane on the building, or sheet membranes or things like that. Usually we do fluid applied because it's hard to mess that up. But we go through that process in order to make sure that the last thing that I want and that CM wants are callbacks, honestly. So if we're in tandem together and really thinking about this envelope, we're going to be okay. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Steve, did you have one?
I'm looking at this building here, one that you drew up for us, and I'm concerned more with functionality than form. And this building looks like the functionality of it's impressive to me. I do have a couple of questions. The clock tower I see windows there. Is that office space inside the clock tower? Could that be designed to put office space in the clock tower?
So what I would probably do is make it a stair tower, honestly. And you put light into the stairwell like we showed, Whitney showed some of those photographs. Either that or the turret on the end. Now, I haven't done the floor plan yet, but I want to make it something that's not just a nice box off a corridor or something like that. We could put office space in there, but we could also make it a functional part of the circulation system too.
Okay, but you could do that with the turret also?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm looking at getting more bang for the buck in the square footage here.
I'm going to back up, and I'm going to show you that Sumter County. I didn't bring the floor plate, but I'll show you what we did there, just so you know that some of these things are not just applied. So you see that turret on the screen to the left? That's a stair tower.
Okay.
The tower is the other stair tower. So you see how they're separated from each other? So those are our exit pathways from the upper parts of the building. So we don't want this thing to be non-functional. We want it to be functional.
Okay, and I guess my next question, I mean, you realize we're playing with public money here, so we're limited. If we picked a design like this, I mean, I know there's no dormers and all that. I can see that. I like the design of this building. But let's say we put a tower in and we say, okay, well, we don't have enough money to complete the top of the clock tower, or we don't have enough money to complete the turret on this side. Is it designed structurally so we could go back at a later date and say, all right, we're going to complete the top of the clock tower now, we've got the money?
We can certainly do that, but my hope is we don't have to do that.
Well,
if
that would be my hope too, but we've been talking about the price of construction now and material. And even getting material is getting difficult. So.
Oh my gosh, it is rough getting materials and some things and some
but
crazy
anyway, I
stuff.
didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
But so this process of this cement risk and this architect have got to have cost discussions from day one. And I've done enough of these buildings, and hopefully the CM that you select has done enough of these buildings. We already know generally what this building is going to cost per square foot. So we shouldn't get out of schematics and have a budget bust.
Okay.
Out of schematics, we are just full bore doing these drawings, and they're full bore getting their subs ready to build the building. So that's why we try to do these really detailed packages early, so that we really budget this building hard and early, so that we don't have this kind of mistake and bad management happening at the end of the job.
That's the answer I was looking for, that we're not going to get halfway up the clock tower and go, oops, we got to have more money.
Yeah, that doesn't work for anybody. It doesn't work.
So my question is, am I going to be working with the three of you directly, or is there other people that I'll be talking to instead, or is it going to be the three of you?
Do you want to pick who you want to talk to?
No, I just want to make
It's
sure
one of the three
that-
of us. Yara is probably going to be the most consistent person on the job. I do love the early parts, and I'm going to be available at any time. Whitney is going to be super plugged in a lot as well, but probably as a single point of contact, Yara is going to be the lead for us. But we're all going to be available. This is a really important job for us, a really important project.
Okay, and then one last question I have is, you said you have worked with other counties. What has that looked like? And I know our charters look different as to the elected officials versus county managers. How have you worked with an elected body?
So it varies from community to community, just like you say, and even from city to county, it varies. We like to have a single point of contact on the county side, whether it's a construction manager that you hire, and potentially in tandem with somebody else in leadership, so that we all three can move forward together. I have dealt with sometimes a committee that I go to on a regular basis. If it's something like a courthouse, I've gone to design courthouses where the chief judge, the sheriff, the county manager, and the finance guy, we all meet on a regular basis to get updates and talk about what's going on the project. I don't think you need that particularly here, but I've done all types of communication methodologies. But the best thing we can do is make sure that leadership knows what's going on. However that makes the most sense, because you guys are going to get the phone calls. I'm not, right? So I want to make sure that leadership knows what's going on this project at all times. So.
And I'll ask, we do have one commissioner on the phone here. If Tommy, do you have any questions? See if we can. I don't hear him, so I'm going to guess not. The only other thing I would like to see is if you could send to Theron to give back to us. I would love to see your bios.
Okay, absolutely.
Does anybody else have any further questions, or? Let's see, wait a minute, this might be Tommy. Let me see what he says. Hang on. He's good. All right, wonderful. Well, thank you very much. And, oh, yes, you wanted to, yes, go right ahead.
Can I have 2 minutes? Basically, I wanted to tell you guys a couple things. Number one, I've been doing this type of work for 30 years, and I really enjoy it. I didn't stray off into multifamily, which every firm in Atlanta right now is doing multifamily. I have stayed in this workspace my entire career, so I really enjoy it. We do a lot of start overs and ground up, the pencil, the paper's blank, and then you start drawing, because every community is different. I really enjoy this type of work. The second thing is I'm really blessed right now to have these two ladies as my right and left arm. These are very strong individuals, super talented at what they do. I've got all the confidence in the world in this team. So I want to make sure that you hear that. And then the third thing is, and I said this, and I know it sounds kind of crazy, but we listen, and I want to make sure that penetrates, y'all's kind of brain as well, because it's really important, because this is not this 45 minutes and a 30-hour Q&A, and then you don't see me. This is a conversation we're going to be having over the next 2.5, 3 years, right? We've got to have trust in each other. We've got to be able to communicate with each other and really listen to each other as to what are the goals and objectives moving forward. So I just want to make sure that you heard those things. And then lastly, I want to make sure you hear that I want this job. And we would love to be driving across I-20 to Carrollton all the time, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioners, it's 3:41. We will start back here at 4 o'clock. We have a presentation by Villarica, then we'll move into our regular work session. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's good. Make sure To order. Okay, great. At this time, we'll start with Alicia Searcy, and she will go over our financial recap for March of 2022, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We have the financial statements for March in front of you. We ended the month with year-to-date revenue of $58,540,000, and that gets us pretty close to our budget. Our expenditures were $43,021,000, and our fund balance was at $47,646,000. Our general fund cash was at $46,163,000. That our cash balance is down from February by $1,456,000, and we're in that time of the year where we're spending more per month than we're taking in. So our monthly revenue was $3,932,000, and our expenses were $5,898,000. So we spent more than we brought in by $1,965,856, and we'll continue on that trend until October. So we'll continue to see our cash balances depleted as we move forward. We all sat through the budget meetings, and I appreciate y'all coming and listening there. And the chairman will have the budget ready to present to you for advertising. We are still experiencing shortages in our staffing, so on most of our labor lines we are below budget there. So we're saving expenses even though it's not the best way to do that.
Any questions for Alicia?
Looks like we're right on target. I mean, like 72% versus about 75% of the time going, so, yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing no further questions. Bear with me as we skip around a little bit on this to accommodate people's schedules this afternoon. At this time, I'm going to ask Charles Pope to come forward with some public works equipment. Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you, Chair, Commissioners. We got to looking at some equipment we may need, and one of the things we did say was a new broom sweeper for our paving crew. The one we have was bought new in '09. It's something that's used every day on the paving jobs, morning and evening before we go home. So we sat down, we made up RFP, we sent it out on April the 4th and got it back on the 18th. We only had one bidder. It was Reynolds Warren. And this is what they do for a living. They sell asphalt paving equipment. And their price was $89,265. So I went back and called them about any kind of extended warranties. So he gave me a list of pricing for extended warranties, and what we're proposing is a 3-year extended warranty and 3,000 extended hours for a total cost of $92,463.
So the 89 was no warranty?
It was 2-year,
Oh, 2 years.
2,000, and this will give us an
Okay.
additional 3 years, additional 3,000 hours.
Okay.
Be a total of 5-year, 5,000 hours.
Tell me again that dollar amount.
$92,463.
Mr. Yates, as you stated, even though we received one bid, this company is very well known for the equipment that they provide. And it's also my understanding through some conversations with yourself and Mr. Pope, some of the larger companies, I'll use Caterpillar for example, does not even necessarily make this particular piece of equipment. Is that correct?
That is correct. And Reynolds Warren, that's who we bought our distributor, our tack trucks from, our pothole patching machines. This is the business they're in.
And looking at that extended warranty, thank you for calling that in. Looks about around $3,000 to get that extension. To me personally, and I know I spoke with you a little bit as well, that does seem like a good value. If we had one large component go out on the tractor, we might spend that amount of money right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, are you good with putting this on a consent agenda, changing the $89,000 to $92,463 with the 3-year warranty?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. Hey, Danny, I'm going to
Thank
go ahead
you.
and leave you right there because the next thing on the list, as I'm skipping around, is we have a request for resurfacing for the West Georgia Technical College area of the Buffalo Creek. Really, it's the Buffalo Creek Technology Park, and Karen Handel is here representing the Development Authority. If you would like to go ahead and present to us, and maybe Karen, you might want to speak a little bit about where we are in the.
Yes.
Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe let me bring Karen up first to kind of tell the commissioners where we are in the process of this college, the university, the college opening, as well as where we are with some other things there, and then we'll bring you up, Danny, to talk about the options of how to take care of the road.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and fellow commissioners. Things are progressing very well with the college as well as Buffalo Creek Technology Park. The college is on track to be able to accept students in for the fall semester. I know that the CO was received. I don't know what her, Dr. Post's exact open date is going to be yet, but she will keep everyone, including all of you, advised on that. As far as Buffalo Creek goes, what we would like to do, obviously the Development Authority is making sure that we've got a lighting plan. We did approve the lighting proposal from Carroll EMC at our last meeting, because obviously we've got to light that whole front way in, because we can't have just the college lit with the kids and other students coming in and out. We have the landscaping plan that we're still working with that a little bit. It is a lot of sod that needs to be laid back there, a lot. But I feel sure that that will move at our next meeting. And then also the signage out front. We have a good proposal from SignWorks to do that. It will be very impressive signage as well. I met today with an arborist to talk about out front, how could he tag some trees that we could perhaps pull back, and then GDOT will be out in 3 weeks to meet again with us to talk about the entryway, how the proposed widening of the bypass will impact the entrance into Buffalo Creek, because the last thing I want to do, obviously, is spend Development Authority dollars on signage, and then GDOT tells me I'm in there right away when they do the widening. So I want them to bless exactly where that signage is going to go. And today, what the Development Authority with Chairman Gill has requested is if we could do, we don't want to do a full-on repaving of the entranceway, just that Keith Parkway and around the circle, because there's no telling what we will do on the other half of Buffalo Creek. And if for whatever reason with construction we're bringing in equipment, I don't want to ask you for dollars to repave and then it get tore up. So what we're requesting is for the county to just resurface those roads so that it'll look very nice and impressive with the signage up, and when the students are coming in for classes at the college.
Great, thank you. And then Danny did the research on what this would cost us to resurface, and this is a county road. This is...
Yes. And I appreciate your consideration and your tremendous support of the project and of Carroll Tomorrow as well.
Commissioners, yeah, we went and looked at Keith Drive Parkway, and, you know, the roads, it's not that old, there hasn't been any traffic on it, it's really not in that bad a shape, it's just worn in time. And we looked at pricing it to resurface it. With the way it's built, with the roundabout, the curb and gutter, the brick inlays in it, it would all have to be milled out. The pricing on the milling was at the time was just a little over $13,000. Cost of asphalt was a little over $40,000. That's not including any labor, that was just for the materials. And so we looked at seal coating it. And we had someone go out and look and gave us a quote on it. and it come back in right at 25,000. And that's a finished job. He goes in there, he seal coats it, he restripes it, everything he's supposed to do, and you know, we don't have any labor involved in it. He'll fill any cracks that's wide with tar that needs to be filled. So, and that's what we recommended, was seal coating it. Just due, if there is further construction in there, I'd hate to put a new road in there and then it does get tore up.
So you're saying seal coat versus asphalt?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am.
That's what we would recommend right now, seal coat.
I know I've served on a couple of different committees where we have done that on some existing parking lots that were in between really needing to be resurfaced versus needed a little touch-up. I have been surprised at how well that has held up on a couple of the projects that I have seen. So if that's what you're recommending, and is Ms. Handel, is she satisfied that that would be satisfactory?
Yeah, the
full development authority is.
and you know, we seal coated the Pathways parking lot last year, and that turned out really well. Still looks good today.
Commissioners, are y'all good with putting this on a consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you both.
Ms. Handel, thank you for your communication efforts as well. I know you're doing a great job and hear a lot of positive things, but as a district commissioner, it's very welcome that you're proactive in so much of your communication and things that involve our area. So thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. And please, anytime I can be of assistance or you have a question about anything, you all have my cell phone number, so don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll skip down to 11.5 and 11.6. This is a Public Works position and a Parks position, and we have both Charles Pope, Public Works here. We have Ann Lee with Human Resources. Ben Skipper is on ACCG on the convention. So I'll ask both of them to come forward and help let you know why we're swapping some positions around.
Thank you, Chairman, Board of Commissioners. I want to back up to 2017. I was 8 COs short at that time, correctional officers. So I came in and Miss Ann Lee and I, we sat down, and I wanted to try to trade 4 and get 4 civilians, but I ended up getting 2 in 17. So here we are again, and I'm 5 short now, 5 COs short. Nothing of the warden, it's just nobody wants to work, I guess. But we don't have anybody to mow on the northwest quadrant of the county, which would be from Highway 166 in Bowden to swing all the way back around to 27. We don't have nobody to mow up that way. So I'm here today to ask for 2 additional heads in Public Works, which will be light equipment operators, and all they'll do there is just run mowers and sidearm mowers. They won't run backhoes and heavy equipment, because they'll be light equipment operators and mowing. That's all they'll be doing. And Miss Ann has got the price of what it would cost us to get them. You need to hear that.
Thank you, Madam Chair and District Commissioners. The cost of a light equipment operator, now this is an approximate cost, is going to be around $52,700. So Charles is asking for 2 positions. Of course, this is a salary. It includes the retirement benefits, workers' comp. So $52,700, and that's an approximate cost, because we really do not know what type of insurance that they will take, so we just took an average.
And do you want to go ahead and talk about the parks also while you're standing there? Yes.
We are also here to ask for a full-time position at McIntosh. Ben, what we did, we restructured. We have moved Amanda Edwards to McIntosh as the assistant manager. So right now we only have 1 part-time position at McIntosh, and we really need a full-time, and we're calling it an administrative assistant. It could be called an office clerk. And the cost for That position, we're estimating as well, would run around $47,700. And again, that is an approximate cost.
And these positions are to start as soon as we approve them, because they're, again, just about in every department, we are running ahead with the salary, running behind, I guess, in the salary line, because we just don't have people to fill the spots. So we could go ahead and start these. There's enough money in this year's budget, and then we put it into the budget we reviewed with y'all last week, starting July 1st.
That is correct.
Ms. Lee, I know we made a lot of park enhancements. That's not necessarily your specialty, but I know you've had conversations with Mr. Skipper. I'm assuming, this person could possibly help pay for themselves, because we've got a lot of different revenue avenues in our parks now, a lot more visitors, a lot more, revenues that are being generated. So to me, this also, I don't want to say revenue neutral, but it could help pay for itself just because that clerical position is needed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Pope, one of the investments that we made, that we talked about when we have purchased tractors in the past, not all of our tractors are cab with air and heat controlled, but a lot of the newer ones, we're going that route. And I know one of the things that we talked about is hopefully that will help in helping to recruit as well. If someone knows they're going to be able to go out in an air-conditioned cab, plus if they run into a beehive, they're not going to get stung 100 times. That also makes your job a little bit easier in recruiting. I know we're living in a very tumultuous time with the labor shortage, but would you say that that has held true, that those tractors have been an asset in that area as well?
Yes, sir. They have. They can run them every day. And if we get these two lot equipment operators, the next new tractor we get would go to one of them with the cab.
Thank you.
Commissioners, are you okay with putting 11.5 and 11.6, the public work position and the park position on a consent agenda for Tuesday night?
Yep.
Okay, great. Charles, I'm going to leave you standing right there, skipping around again, and then we'll move into the Villarica presentation. We have 11.3 is the Oak Shade Road abandonment. So while we already have you here, you and Stacy want to address that for us?
Yeah, Oak Shade Road used to be the county. Now the city has purchased all the property through Oak Shade Road, except one little portion that we went in and graded and paved and put the only two houses on the pavement. So Ms. Blackman has went through all that. We would keep that section, but on each end, it would, if we got rid of it, it would go to the city of Temple, and it would just be closed off.
Okay.
That's right. So this is just to begin the process, and Public Works has already obtained the consent of the neighboring owners that would, the portion that it would stay open, the paid portion. This is a dirt road that we're closing, and apparently there's dumping that's going on that creates a lot of work to go out and clear the litter.
And I have spoken with both the city manager and the mayor of Temple, and they are requesting this themselves too.
They are.
And I believe, Charles, you have spoken with Commissioner Lee. You've spoken with Commissioner Lee. He's familiar with this too.
Yes, he's in favor, yes.
Okay, good, because we can't seem to get him to respond, but through the texting here, so, but I think you'd already...
That road right now is just a dump through there. I went through there, and there's 3 places in there where they dump furniture and everything. It's a mess.
Great. Commissioners, are y'all good with putting 11.3, the Oak Shade Road abandonment, on the consent agenda?
Yes. Yep.
Perfect. Okay, so we'll switch back to the work session today, and we have Mayor Gil McDougall with us from Villarica, and we have Tom Barber, the city manager, here to do a presentation with all the documents that you have recently received concerning the tax allocation district up there. Thank you both for coming this afternoon.
All right, Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for having us. With your permission, I'd like to hand out these binders with some of this information. Is that okay to the Commissioners?
Please. And actually,
We also have copies for the public. If anybody would like a copy, we'll get you one.
All right, Madam Chair, Commissioners, appreciate you all allowing us to come here today and present this. We have had an opportunity to speak with most of you one-on-one, and we have certainly appreciated that opportunity to do that. I think the tax allocation district for the city of Villa Rica is not new to anyone. I think that we've talked about it a lot over the last probably exactly a year. I think the first time that we really thought we had an opportunity to do this was in April of last year. Even though we had sought this legislation, this authority on a ballot referendum in 2018, there was not really an opportunity to make it actually come to life until last year in about April. So we appreciate the opportunity to be able to be here today to talk about it. So in your binder, we're going to try to be as brief as possible. I think we talked about maybe 10 minutes, and I'm going to do my very best to be 10 minutes or less, and hopefully we have some questions after that. So I will start by just saying that the front page of your binder is not the development. This is just a pretty picture of what this type of development might produce. We actually don't have any pictures of what this development would actually look like. So I want to say that right up front. That's actually not what that looks like. So let's take that first page off. What is a TAD and what does it do? So a TAD is actually a tax allocation district. And what the idea behind the TAD is that it is a scheme set up by the state to allow for a particular area to be designated as a tax allocation district. And typically these are areas that are difficult or very costly to develop. And in order to do the development, you need some type of public partnership to make it happen. But it's called a tax allocation district because only the revenue generated from the development goes to pay for the tax allocation district itself. Because what we are trying to do here is put in additional roadways and infrastructure. This is not only desired by the city of Villa Rica, but it is actually something that is needed in terms of moving traffic from one side of town to the other, from the east side of town to the other. So there are both functional reasons for this as well as economic reasons for doing this. That's probably my little boy. So essentially what happens in the tax allocation district is the development itself generates additional ad valorem tax, and only that additional tax goes to pay for what we're asking you to do here today. It doesn't come from anywhere else in the county. It doesn't come from the county general fund, and neither is the county general fund obligated by this. So let's flip over to page 3. And we're trying to give you a picture here of where this is and what it looks like. So when you look at the TAD, the tax allocation district, it is what you see in yellow. And it's hard to orient you to this, but if you look to the right, you'll see Punkintown Road, and that is the connection to the downtown. If you look at the red sort of dotted lines or dashed lines, this is the proposed roadway that we're talking about putting in. So from the Punkintown side, if you follow that straight across to the left, and I don't know what direction that is, I think it's west, what that is doing is coming from the east side of Villa Rica, which is the border of Douglas County, back into the downtown area next to the police department and the amphitheater. The other dashed red lines are representative of the additional roadways that this district would provide to enhance the type of growth that we could bring in here. So if you look at number 1, for example, that's the downtown. Number 2 is the public shopping center. And number 3 is the hospital. This is to help orient you to the area of what we're looking to develop here. So let's flip over to the next page. What we have done here is essentially break this up. Although all of this yellow is one TAD, we look at it in 4 different nodes. So node 1 is what is called the Arbor Valley Apartment Complex. This was already in development long before we ever even thought that a TAD might be possible here, long before we thought that we would have the kind of development that we're looking at with the Fuquay development. So Arbor Valley was approved 3 years ago, and they've already begun to move dirt and to build this. This is workforce housing. So that's the node 1. Node 2 is the Fuqua development. And if you go back to the previous page and you see the Punkintown Road where that starts, that is where the Fuqua development will be. Fuqua will bring in a new 60,000 square foot grocery store and 100,000 square feet of additional retail space for the community, as well as what we are calling high-end apartments and attached townhomes that will also be high-end. That's the Fuqua development. That's in node 2. And then if you look at node 3 is up closer to where you see the number 3 hospital. That is Inline Communities and Pulte. And what they are doing is they have committed to us to build townhomes, houses, and apartments. The townhomes and houses, single-family detached houses, target 55 and up residences, and the apartments target Generation Z. I call them millennials, but apparently somebody made a different note here on my paper. So, but the idea is behind this that we would have a lessened impact on enrollment for the school system. Because when we look at development, we think about how does this impact really all of the services. Of course, we think about the county services, but one of the things we know is critical in Villa Rica is that the school system really is at an enrollment capacity. I mean, they really are sort of, you know, at their capacity. So we're looking at ways to minimize that. And by doing these tax allocation districts, we have a leverage with developers that we don't always have. Now, certainly there are ways to try to work with developers and get them to go along with you. But if you have a partner that says, hey, I can only do this deal with you if you give me something out of it, you know, and here the something for the school system is don't overrun my schools. Don't put so many kids in my schools that I can't continue to operate without putting classroom trailers on these campuses. So that's what we did. We set about the business of trying to, in good faith, work with these property owners and these developers to say, hey, we have partners. We have the county, we have the school system. We have to find ways to mitigate their impact. If we want them to participate with us in this deal, we have to be able to give something back to them. And that's how we ended up with this node 3, which targeted the 55 and up and the Gen Z. So then if you come down to node 4, and we don't really have that numbered on the previous sheet on page 3, but if you look at number 1, and you just sort of look the furthest south, or at least down the page, on the highlighted yellow area, for us, that is actually behind the olive tree. And I don't know how many people have been there. It's a great place. So if you get a chance, come down there and eat at the olive tree. But that is vacant land. And there, we have Wood Partners, who is a highly reputable company. Maybe you'll take a chance to look them up. And they are attempting to target Generation Z as well, which I keep calling the millennials, but I'll let y'all slide on that. But that is what their goal is there as well, which we think also lessens the impact on the school systems, because we, like I've said from the beginning, we largely believe we can't be a great city or a great county without great schools. So we're trying to minimize the impact on the school system at every chance we have an opportunity to do that. So that's what we see down in node 4. So if you flip over, we start thinking about why are you here? Why are you talking about this? All this sounds good, but you know, what is it that you're really after? Well, what we're really after is to be able to construct the infrastructure, which is the road and the water lines, to make this type of development possible, and to be able to use the influence that we have by putting in this infrastructure with these developers. We estimate that to put in these roads is going to cost us about $15 million, but I'm going to tell you today, which I know is a question on everybody's mind, how do you know what that is? How can you be sure? I don't. We've done the best we can. We've brought in engineers. We've had people take a look at it. But in this economy, we know that we have problems getting supplies. We know that the pipeline for all these materials is at best challenged. And we're doing the best we can to come up with this $15 million number. We don't know, because we don't have a crystal ball. I don't know that anybody in all of history has had a crystal ball. But we're doing the best we can here to believe that it's going to cost us about $15 million to put in these roads. And what we're asking the county to do is to essentially defer collection on the additional property tax that will be generated from the development until such time as we pay off these bonds. We think these bonds will be $15 million. If we borrow $15 million, we know we're going to have capitalized interest, which may take 2 or 3 years because we got to go through development. So the amount actually paid will not be based on $15 million. It's going to be higher than that. We know that because we're going to have to pay interest on it for a couple of years. We'll borrow the money, build the roads, and then pay the interest on it. So what we're asking the county to do is to defer collecting the additional ad valorem taxes developed in this district only until such time as we pay off these bonds. We think that is, and in fact, we're going to amortize that on 10 years. We think that if the development develops according to the projections of the developers and the bondholders, that it will be less than 10 years. But we're trying not to overpromise and underdeliver. In fact, we would rather do exactly the opposite. I'd rather underpromise and overdeliver. I'd rather tell you 10 years and then in 7 years say, hey, those bonds are paid off. We're ready to go to full ad valorem now. Let me go ahead and flip to the next page because I promised you I'd be brief. And there's just so much about this, and I could probably talk on it forever. So let me just try to. So I talked a little bit about how we would pay this back. So what we're trying to do is we're asking the county to defer their collection of the additional ad valorem, not the base ad valorem. The base ad valorem you will continue to get. What you're already getting on the undeveloped property, you continue to get that. We're asking the county to do that. We're asking the school system to do that, and we ourselves are going to do that. Even beyond that, Villarica has substantial investment in this development. Not only that, we have the developers who also are going to pay for their portions of these roads. Each of these developers in these nodes are paying for the part of the road that they are using. If for some reason, because this question may come up, and I'll be happy to take any questions. In fact, I'll be excited to, but if one of these developments or more of these back out, they won't do their part of the road, and we won't do that part either. At that point, we will pay back those bonds because that development will not have been successful. We will not continue on that project, okay? So let's move on to, I talked a little bit about how long it would take. We think it'd be less than 10 years, but we're going to amortize it on 10 years. We know that these are typically amortized out over 20 or 30 years. We're not doing that. We believe that this thing can pay off much earlier than that, and we want to amortize it on 10 years and pay it that way. We also are looking at bonds that have no prepayment penalty, which means we can pay them off early, and it won't cost us a dime to do that. Oftentimes, there are penalties to do that. Let's move on to the next page. What is the benefit to the county? So obviously, we're going to ask you in this IGA to defer the collection of the additional ad valorem, but it's not that you won't be getting anything. So first and foremost, you'll continue to get the taxes that you are already getting on the undeveloped property. In addition to that, when the retail element of this is finished out, which would be probably in the fall or winter of 2023, you will begin to collect the sales tax portion of this. We estimate that to be about $402,000 to the county annually in lost and $427,000 a year annually in splost. Now, when this is completed, when all of this development is done, the ad valorem is expected to increase to about $993,000 annually. Currently, you're collecting about $57,000. Now, you won't collect that because that's what I'm asking you to use that money for, to pay for these bonds, right? Your partnership with us would be that. But when we've paid these bonds off, you'll go to full ad valorem, and you'll continue to get the lost, and you'll continue to get the splost. So when we think about this kind of, what I'm calling this responsible development, I think that, let me see what the next page is, because I can't remember everything we have in here. And how long have I gone? Do I have a time limit?
You have plenty of time.
Do I?
I
Okay.
allowed 45 minutes for you.
Oh,
so.
did you? Okay. Well, somebody told me 10 minutes. It might have been Mr. Chance. You tell me 10 minutes. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, so obviously we think that the kind of development that we're trying to attract here will have a halo effect. And what we mean by that is that surrounding properties will have a different value. We expect that value to increase exponentially. Those properties that are not in the TAD, that enjoy that increased value, will now contribute back to the county and the city and the school system a higher ad valorem than it would have prior to this. And that money is not obligated to the TAD. So that's what we wanted to talk about with the halo effect. Let me flip over a little bit. So there are some other benefits. I mean, obviously money is one of the things that we're elected to do, to be responsible with the people's money, and that's what we want to talk about. But there are some quality of life issues that come with this development. The connectivity between one side of the city of Billerica and the other side has a lot of meaning there, because the largest, most lucrative development that ever occurred in Billerica occurred in Mirror Lake and began in 1998 and really didn't complete out even now, although it had a substantial growth period really between 98 and 2008 before the housing recession. But there's still more than 1,000 lots left over there. How many? 1,300? There's still a lot left to develop over there, but that's all on the Douglas County side. What I want to point out here is that this entire development, all of this, will be the nicest development, the most lucrative development that ever occurred in the city of Billerica, and it will all occur on the Carroll County side. And this will connect two sides of a city that is split by two counties. And if you haven't lived in that situation, and if you haven't lived sort of in my role in that situation, you really don't know what it's like to understand that there are two different worlds going on. This will link these. This is a quality of life issue. But even more than that, when we talk about being able to get public safety, first responders here, oftentimes, Commissioner Lee's not here, but we talked a little bit about this in our one-on-one, because he would seem to be familiar with the railroad, the train blocking the crossings in Temple. Well, in Billerica, that happens on a regular basis. And most of the time, when a train blocks Connors Road, which is pretty much the best access to the Mirror Lake side of Billerica, when it blocks Connors Road, it also blocks at Cleghorn, and it blocks over in front of the olive tree. So this connection would actually come out really close to the next available crossing for the railroad, which would allow first responders to be able to get to that side of town, which we have the hospital over there, as you can see on your map. And it would allow access when that train has the tracks blocked, the crossings blocked. And that happens on a regular basis. That's not a rarity. That happens several times a week. So I think the quality of life issue is pretty big. We also think that by doing this and limiting the enrollment, the additional enrollment for the school system protects the school system. Because without this type of targeted growth, it is very possible that you could put hundreds, maybe even thousands of kids into this school system without, in a blink of an eye. But if you target the way we're doing here, you have a minimal impact on these schools. In fact, we have some numbers, and I think have we shared it in your packet. We have some numbers telling you what we project that enrollment impact to be versus what we think it would be if we weren't able to have this leverage that this TAD gives us. Let me flip over to the next page. And I've talked about some of these same things that this gives, how does a TAD help Billerica control growth? I start from, and if you do this as well, the premise that Billerica is going to grow. I start from that every day. I believe that Billerica will grow. I don't believe I have any ability to keep Billerica from growing. What I think I have the ability to do is to impact and to influence the type of growth we have. And that's what this is all about. So if you start from that premise, then you can easily get to the point that you realize that the TAD, what the TAD gives us is leverage. It gives us the ability to have the developer concede where he may decide that a project would render or, make him more money doing it one way, but he may concede with us and do it another way because we have this partnership with our partners, the county and the school system. And we don't overwhelm the schools. I keep coming back to that, and I know this isn't the school board, but I think we all have an absolute interest in what happens to these schools. Because if you were to put classroom trailers on all of these campuses, this would be a problem. I mean, I can't even really get into how that would impact the school system. So listen, I think I've talked a lot. I know I've talked a lot. And I hope I've gotten some good information out there, but now I'd like to open it up to any questions that you might have. And let me say before I take questions, I appreciated meeting with every one of you. Every person on this commission here has met with us individually, and I appreciated that. And with that, I will take any questions that you have.
Mayor McDougall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you and Mr. Barber for coming out. I know that for 20 years, I've made it to probably nearly every city council meeting, but maybe a dozen. So I say that in saying thank you for coming to the county. It's good to see Villa Rica here, where I represent you at the county level. As you stated, we have met several times. You and I have had several different conversations. I would say the last couple of months have been very ramped up. I know early on the communication and some of the details were a little more cloudy, and now there's been a lot more information that has come in the last couple of months. So I've enjoyed those conversations, and I appreciate the time that you've done there as well. One of the main things, as I talked about originally, was just the ability for Carroll County to provide services that is dependent upon in the city of Villa Rica. And we've talked about this. Some municipalities have different services that they provide in-house, such as fire. Some larger cities have their own 911 dispatchers and so on and so forth. So that has been one of my primary focuses in trying to evaluate this. Also, traffic. We know Villa Rica is going to continue to grow, but what does this, coupled with other growth, look like as a full impact? So what I can tell you is I will continue to look at this information. I know we're very close in trying to vote on something next week, but I have taken this probably as serious as any agenda item. I try to evaluate everything that comes across here, no matter if it's in my district or not, and try to do a fair and equitable job in researching that. And I have spent a tremendous amount of time looking at this, speaking with a lot of residents. And as you know, your city residents on the Carroll County side are also my residents as well. So it's not just unincorporated that I represent here on the board. So with that, I just wanted to thank you for coming. Thank you for the information. I've enjoyed the conversations that have been more in depth the last couple of months. And I will be making a fair decision on what I think is best in my elected role at Carroll County. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And let me just say in that vein that I've appreciated the opportunity to have one-on-ones with you, and certainly as things became more clear for us and as we were able to paint a clearer picture, we've had an opportunity to be able to do that. But I want to thank you for your leadership on bringing the new fire station and all of the commissioners really to the city of Villa Rica. That is a needed improvement, and I appreciate all the work you've done on that, so thank you for that.
Are there any more questions at this time?
Yeah. What I see on page 4, Node 1 apartments, Node 2 apartments and townhomes, Node 3 townhomes, houses and apartments, Node 4 apartments. So how many additional renters and or residents would you expect as a result of this TAD?
So we think that at full development, I think this is probably in your packet, but it's a lot of data that I know it all kind of runs together. But what we think our best guess is over the full development, which could take probably 5 years for all of this to develop, maybe even more. But certainly you got 3 to 5 years, 2,800 people. Now, what your question, was it just about renters though? Or was it just really what the population impact would be?
Well, first, I guess it'd be the 2,800 people, I take it, would be the
gross
total
number.
population.
Yes, sir.
So of that, a fair number would be renters, since all these apartments, I suppose.
I think that's probably fair, but I would probably put it at 50 to 60%. Yeah.
And so what costs will Villa Rica anticipate covering?
In terms of this infrastructure?
Yeah.
So the cost that Villa Rica will have will be pretty substantial in terms of we have to put in the sewer. This won't put in the sewer. This is going to put in the roads and the water. We will still need to put in the sewer. Also, because the county commission approved and a SPLOST, we have another SPLOST cycle, and we have committed $4 million of that to improve Punkintown Road, which is actually a huge part of this as well. And that, in the vein of traffic that some of you have pointed out, is part of the process for us to accommodate this traffic as well. So the numbers that we actually put in, I think we put that in some of the preliminary information for the IGA, but the city of Villa Rica will substantially contribute to this development beyond what it costs to put in this asphalt and the road and the water itself.
I guess I just envision, like, so y'all don't have, you have your own police force, but
Yes,
not
sir.
your own fire, not your own animal services, not your own public works, and so on. So,
Well, we have our own public works. But
okay, but
yes,
there would
sir.
be a lot that that the county would be expected to do and to fund. Like, if this was a TAD for, let's just say, Carrollton, and we talked about this when we met.
Yes, sir.
Like, Carrollton has its own XYZ services, fire, whatever. So, but to me overall, and I'm speaking now as a District 5 commissioner, to me, this entire project is Villa Rica coming to the county and saying, defer tax collections and pour money in, and while you're pouring money into this project for Villa Rica, that money is being taken from my district. I mean, I can't build the bridge, or I can't, in other words, I don't have two pots of money, so this money is being poured into Villa Rica, and the 400,000 or whatever you have estimated here, we'd have to get into the details of how that number was derived, but the 400,000 is rather a minuscule number compared to potential costs. And so I feel as if my perspective is that Villa Rica is coming to the county, not funding several of the costs, and it's taking money from my district and putting it into Villa Rica, and albeit that might be a nice thing for Villa Rica, it isn't really a nice thing for my district, and my district doesn't really take positively the terminology of the halo effect. I mean, that's a nice angelic terminology, but the halo effect for my district is something that we don't want. And so I can't see taking money that I might use in my district and pouring it into Villa Rica and getting 400,000 back when, you know, one additional fire truck, we just funded a couple of them, I think it was around 600,000. And, you know, that 400,000 has to be divided between a lot of county entities, and it's a mere pittance. Meanwhile, we are not even collecting the tax for 10, 15, 20 years or whatever on that additional increase, and we're getting an effect called halo effect that we don't even want. I mean, in my district, we don't want what's going to come out of this. So, in addition, it to me sets a precedent for other tax allocation districts for Villa Rica and or for other cities. And I don't know how much the county wants to pour into Villa Rica, much less pour into maybe the south side of Bremen, or pour into Temple, or pour into Whitesburg, albeit they would never come for something like this, I don't think, because they don't want this type of growth. But so it sets us up for more of the same down the road, which means pouring money into municipal pockets who are not contributing. I told you when we met, you know, like kind of put your big boy pants on, I guess, and if you want this type of cost and development, then like Carrollton would come to us with already having their fire services and so on and so on, and we wouldn't have to pour as much money in. But you don't collect that tax or have that millage rate or whatever. You don't have the funding, so you have to draw substantial amounts from the county. And to me, it's an unfair thing for county residents other than those in Villa Rica. That's just my perspective.
Okay. Well, Mr. Reynolds, I appreciate that. And you did make some of those comments when we met one-on-one, and I appreciate that. But if I could, I just want to talk about a couple of things, if you wouldn't mind. When I talk about the halo effect, really what I'm talking about is the properties immediately surrounding the development itself, not really out in the county. We respect that a good portion of the county is not situated the way we are. We sit on I-20, and so because we sit on I-20, we are going to see developers and property owners want to do something with their property. So when we talk about the halo effect, that's not what we're talking about. I would also probably suggest, and I don't go into your region probably that much or your district, but I do think that this is a benefit to those folks as well. I think that they will have nicer places to go to eat rather than driving to Noonan or driving to, someplace a little further away because of this there. They will be able to spend that in Carroll County, and that money will be generated back through the lost and SPLOST and the other sales tax revenue that benefits the county. That will build parks or pay for the bridges that you're talking about, or at least it will contribute to it. I would also suggest that this particular TAD at full development will probably reach about 2,800 additional people, and that is not going to have, in our estimation, that large of an impact on the services that you provide. I guarantee you that back in 2015, when we negotiated the SDS agreement that provided for fire service, if we had thought that we needed to have our own fire service, they would have looked at doing that. I regret that that is a burden if it is on the county, but we're doing the best we can over there. And if we need to look at something different, as has been suggested, we might be able to do that. But I don't think that the impact of this TAD is so significant that it should cause you to say, hey, this is costing the rest of the county. Because remember, the increment that I'm asking you for is generated only in that tax allocation district. That money is not coming out of your general fund anywhere else. Now, I understand what you're suggesting is that you're extrapolating that maybe if you have to respond to more calls in the TAD, that might cost you money that you could have spent somewhere else in the county. And that's certainly possible. There's no way for me to believe that there's not going to be additional calls. Of course there will be. But I just can't believe that over 3 or 5 years it's going to be so significant that you're going to not be able to realize that same money back in this lost or SPLOST. Now, if that's the case, I mean, we haven't seen it. But we are certainly not trying to be a burden on the county in any way with this.
Well, the county's going to have to pour money in that, you're not putting in. And
But it's
it- for-
generated in the TAD, sir.
No. There's no way that 2,800 people will present no financial impact to the county. If you feel then strongly, Gil, about that, then would you agree to contractually sign a document that says that the county will not be obligated to any of these costs that I'm surmising might happen? We can detail them and list them out. And if such costs or the need for such costs arise for the county, that Villa Rica will fund them. If you agree that we will not have these substantial costs, then would you contractually designate that you will cover such costs should they arise, because they're not likely to arise, in your opinion?
Well, and
That's a yes or no answer, I think.
well, no, I don't think it's a yes or no
Oh, okay.
answer, because the reality is, I'm not saying that there won't be any. What I'm suggesting to you is that.
Well, let's pick a number. If the county would not be obligated beyond, say, 402,000, so a lot of that would go to the school system, so let's just say 100,000. Over the period of the TAD.
Yeah, none of this that we gave you today, this is county only, this is not school money. But
So you're not willing
I understand
to.
what you're trying, listen, I really do understand your point. We just don't have any numbers that suggest to us that your impact will be.
Well, I don't have any numbers that suggest it won't. So, and as far as the halo effect, I mean, you can confine it if you want to the city of Villa Rica and it being more pansies and whatever up there, that's fine. But the point
More
is, more pansies and flowers and more buildings and more restaurants and whatever it is. But the point is, the halo effect, I mean, it will bring additional burden on the fire department and the sheriff's department and the animal services and so on. So, I mean, there's an effect to the county. And traffic, I mean, if 2,800 people, I mean, if half of those have a car, I don't know how many families that would be, say 4 people a family, I mean, it'd be hundreds of additional vehicles and so on. So anyway, there's just a lot of costs that are going to occur for the county, and the halo effect is more than what will happen just in the confines of the city. I mean, we have to look, I think, outside that.
I would also probably think about that we have a service delivery strategy agreement that we negotiate on a regular basis. And part of that suggests that the taxpayers of the city do contribute back to the county to pay for those services. It seems very fair to me that if you are impacted in a way that is burdensome, that we could reopen that SDS agreement and look at ways to mitigate that. I don't think the city of Villa Rica, I would not be opposed to doing that if in fact it was shown that that was an impact that we didn't anticipate. We haven't seen numbers that suggest that. I said that to you in our one-on-one. I'd be happy to look at them. We do know that overall, the things that is coming into the city could have an impact. We think probably most likely would have a significant impact, in which case we would need to reopen the SDS agreement and take a look at those services provided by the county and how we share that cost. But there is an agreement in place already for that. We don't think that this TAD and these additional 2,800 people over the course of 3 to 5 years would impact that in any significant way, as I've said. And you've acknowledged that I've said that. We just disagree on it, and I respect that. But if we need to reopen the SDS agreement, we would be happy to do that. This is not a situation of us versus them. We are all one family. The city of Villa Rica is part of Carroll County. They are the same taxpayers that pay into this base. And the benefits that they get are not exclusive, where the rest of the county doesn't benefit from it. They do. The rest of the county benefits from everything we do over there. What we are doing here, I would suggest to you, is trying to actually have responsible growth, to plan and strategize for this so that it doesn't become organic and it doesn't overrun the city in a way that we cannot catch up. That is what this is all about, and that's why we're trying to partner. We're trying to do this up front, and we know it's new. We know that it's never been done out here before. It's new to us. But it seems like the best economic development tool that we have seen, and it looks to me like it's very difficult to see how the impact on the county services is so great that the county would not partner with the city of Villarica to do this. But I respect your opinion.
But on the other hand, Gil, you won't contractually designate that.
It's not that I won't, sir. It's just that I don't know what those numbers are.
Well, then pick a
I
number.
don't.
Pick the
Well, I can't
100,000
pick a
limit.
number. I've
then.
been trying to get a number for 6 months.
Okay, gentlemen, if you don't mind, what I'd like to say is that on the work session document, we have a lot of documents y'all have brought that we requested. Thank you very, very much. And then on the actual agenda for Tuesday night, which is 11.1, I'm not going to ask for consent right this moment. We do have the City of Villarica Tax Allocation District. And so unless there's any further questions, comments, or concerns, you've got plenty of homework based on the conversations we've had, but also the documents that have been provided, so that on Tuesday I will look for a motion concerning 11.1. And so, Mayor, thank you very much for coming, and
Thank you, and thank you all for
appreciate it very
having
much.
me.
I'm sure you'll be available over the weekend if any of the commissioners have some questions
Absolutely.
or concerns for you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to get back to our agenda since we have skipped around a whole bunch, guys. I'm going to make sure y'all keep me straight, okay? So going back to the original, we have 10.1, which is the budget advertisement. I'll bring that to you on Tuesday night. 10.2, we've just done a consent. That was for the Public Works equipment purchase. 11.1 is the City of Villarica, the Tax Allocation District. That will not be on a consent. 11.2 is the Buffalo Creek Technology Park resurfacing. That we did agree to put on a consent. 11.3, the Oak Shade Road abandonment. We did agree to put that on a consent. 11.4 is the RFQ for the architect. I am not going to ask for consent on that because there again we've had several hours of some presentations, and you've got again lots of homework to be looking at that, so I will look for a motion on that for a choice of one of the architects. 11.5 is the Public Works position that y'all have agreed to put on consent. 11.6 is the Parks position that you agreed to put on consent. So if I'm looking at my notes correctly, we are at 11.7, which is gates for the animal shelter. And I saw Christy in the back slide in somewhere. If you'd like to come forward, I guess, if you want to come forward, Christy, and talk about the gates that we need out there. And
so it's not actually gates, it's actually additional outdoor runs.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. I read gates somewhere, so,
yeah,
probably gates to keep them while they're running.
So what, prior to my taking over as director, there was a grant written from Petco, specifically for dog exercise, the recreation type things. That was what the grant was specifically written for. So I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone. I'm trying to spend the money to do what the grant was written for, but I'm also trying to, the perimeter fence around the whole animal shelter has many, many holes. Dogs have gone under. We've got issues. And that's about 2,000 feet of fence, which is going to be very costly. So I'm trying to fix a portion of that and also incorporate some outdoor exercise runs for the dogs. So we had an awful time trying to get quotes. I think Davey called 4 or 5 different fence companies trying to get them to come out and quote for us. We ended up with 2. I think I sent those over. I think Michelle had sent those.
That's where I think I got the gate, is West Georgia Fence and Gate, yeah, so.
So she had sent those over to y'all. So what I want to try to go with is the actual, the one she's speaking of, the West Georgia Gate and Door. They came in at $20,770. The other quote that we did end up getting back, we had them quote two different sections, one on the left side of the building and one on the right side of the building. The other quote combined them and quoted them as one quote. So they came in at around 40. We tried to get them to come back and separate it, but we haven't gotten that back from them yet. So we're just going to try to do the left side portion at this particular time. So that's what we were looking at spending, was the $20,770 for West Georgia Gate and Door.
Great.
Y'all have questions?
Ms. Owens, as far as our security camera system, when was the last time that was updated? I know we've had some issues in the past with some people that have broken through either under the fence or so forth. Do we feel, kind of off topic but still on topic, do we have a good span of our camera system now that's able to watch those perimeter fencings?
We do. The camera system was updated in 2020, toward the end of 2020. So there's maybe one or two small blind spots that I'm going to look at next year, putting additional cameras in those two spots. But other than that, we have the whole thing covered now. So it's working well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, you said 20,000?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. You said 20,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is from West Georgia Fence?
It's West Georgia Gate and Door.
West Georgia
We did
Gate.
try to contact West Georgia Fence. We never got, they
Okay.
never came
I don't
out to
have
give us
that.
the quote.
Okay, now this is in addition to, this is coming out of Splost? Is that
No,
where
sir.
this is coming
No, sir.
from?
This is a Petco grant that was actually written through the animal shelter.
Okay.
So
all
it's a
right, I
grant,
missed
it's
that
grant
part.
money.
Okay, all righty.
Yes, sir.
And should we, Christie, I just don't want to end up, after we obligate these funds and hear that, there are 2 or 3 other fence companies that were never contacted or whatever. Are there others out there that we should contact to get any bids or?
Potentially we can if you would like for me to, but like I said, I know he contacted 5, and he said the other day that there was maybe one more that he could possibly contact, but we only had 2 of them respond and actually come out. We worked on it for about 2 months, trying to get somebody to come out and quote it.
Yeah,
So
okay.
it's just issues with supply and personnel, I think.
Okay.
Commissioners, are y'all good with putting this on the consent agenda? Great, thank you. So the only 3 things we will cover on Tuesday night, well, 4, because the consent agenda will be 1. Other than that, it will be the 11.1, the TAD, it'll be the RFQ, and then basically the budgeted advertisement that we don't vote on, but I'll have a statement for you on it. So, Diane, do I have all my notes correct with your notes at this point? Okay, great. So I am going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much for this afternoon.